Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of Artha Chakra 2026. I am Anusha Dasgupta,
And I am Via Bhansali.
and we will be your hosts for the first half of today's proceedings.
Yesterday, we spoke about ambition, about state capacity, financial systems, leadership, and the courage required to imagine India at scale.
Today, we move from ambition to architecture, from ideas to the structures that sustain power, prosperity, and sovereignty.
Day 2 of Artha Chakra is about the harder questions: who controls capital, who shapes global rules, and what truly determines economic strength in a fractured world?
Over the next few sessions, we will examine policy beyond headlines through strategy, institutions, manufacturing, trade, and civilizational economics.
With that, we begin day 2, where the conversations get deeper, sharper, and consequential.
Before we move into our first policy session of the day, we invite you to pause once more, not to analyze, but to reflect.
India's economic story is not shaped by numbers alone. It is carried forward by culture, continuity, and the quiet resilience of its people.
This performance is a reminder that behind every statistic lies a society, and behind every idea, a lived experience.
Before we transition into our first session, we now invite you to witness a cultural performance.
Saga pali mabang, saga pali mabang, saga pali mabang. Nida daga din tari kita din tari kita tom naach rahe gori tam didam teri tari kita din tari kita din tari kita tom naach rahe gori tam didam teri tari kita din tari kita din. बाजे पायल कहो झनन झनन बाजे पायल कहो झनन झनन बाजे पायल कहो झनन 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 तुम झनन 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 तुम झनन 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 तुम झनन 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 तुम झनन 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 दीन तरी दीन तरी kita to naach rahe gori tam didam te tari kita din tari kita पदुमनाभ तुम्हारी लीला क्या कहूँ मैं सावरो पदुमनाभ तुम्हारी लीला क्या कहूँ मैं सावरो ताप संकट हरनायो सो हमारो तुम करो ताप संकट हरनायो सो हमारो तुम करो धरिम धरिम दिरना धरि दानी दानी धरिम धरिम दिरना दानी तोम दगनग दरि ददानी दगदानी दीम दगदानी दीम अलरि अलरि दगि दाम दाम दगद धाम दानी दगद धाम दाम दगी दीम दीम अलि अलरि दाम दाम धाम दगदरि अलरि दीम दीम दगदि बुदरि अलरि दीम तरि की दगदी तरि की दतोम नाच रहे गोरी ताम दिदाम देहि तरे ताम दिदाम देहि तरे ताम दिदाम देहि तरे की दगदी तरि की दगदी
Let's give a huge round of applause to Chinmay and Kalyani for that mesmerizing performance. We now hand over the stage to the cultural committee.
किस ओर चला है तू क्या पाया नहीं तूने क्या ढूंढ रहा है तू जो है अनकही जो है अनसुनी वो बात क्या है बता मितवा कहे धड़कने तुझसे क्या खुद से तो ना तू छुपा
Thank you, Shreya, Yasha, Rucha, and Sanskriti for bringing such grace and tranquility to the stage. Before we begin this session, let's pause for a moment and think about the first economy most of us have ever experienced, our homes.
An economy run quietly and efficiently, where our mothers and grandmothers managed time, resources, crisis, and care without salaries, titles, or even balance sheets.
That invisible labor built households that allowed others to study, work, innovate, and lead. Even in times when opportunities were limited, progress still happened because someone made it possible behind the scenes.
Today, women are visible across politics, policy, defense, science, entrepreneurship, and economics. Yet, a significant share of women's contribution to India's growth story remains unaccounted.
Consider this. If women's unpaid and underpaid work were fully recognized and enabled, it could add trillions of dollars to India's economic output.
As India speaks of becoming a $10 trillion economy, the question is no longer whether women matter to growth, but whether growth is even possible without them.
To unpack the female dividend unlocking India's $17 trillion invisible asset, we are honored to welcome Dr. Shamika Ravi. Dr. Ravi is a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister with the rank of Secretary to the Government of India. She has previously served as Director of Research at Brookings India, Vice President for Economic Policy at the Observer Research Foundation, and as a non-resident Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution. Her work spans critical areas of development economics, including finance, healthcare, urbanization, gender equality, and poverty, combining rigorous research and real-world policy relevance. With over 2 decades of teaching experience at institutions such as Indian School of Business and BIT School of Management, she is also a widely published scholar and public writer. Holding a PhD from New York University and a master's degree from Delhi School of Economics, Dr. Ravi brings together academic depth, policy engagement, and public communication in rare measure. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dr. Shamika Ravi. I now invite Dr. Anurag Asawa sir to felicitate Dr. Shamika Ravi. We now hand over the stage to Dr. Shamika Ravi.
Namaskar. Okay. So good afternoon all. I can't really see you, but I'm guessing you can see the slides. Let me get this off. You know, when I was asked to come and speak to you, for me, every such opportunity becomes a window to basically introduce you to what is the latest understanding we have from publicly available data on what India looks like right now, vis-a-vis certain important policy concerns. All right. Of course, India at 10 trillion, this is US dollars. If we continue to grow at the rate at which we are, which is around roughly 8, this will happen in 12 to 13 years. I will be 63 years old, right? It's still too slow. Nonetheless, that is also arithmetic. It assumes that many things will remain the way they are. But of course, job of policy is not just to remove uncertainty, it is also to take it to possibly a 2-digit, because that is the kind of growth we need for the kind of impacts we are trying to achieve. So today I'm going to introduce you to what will it take. I'm going to present data on the pathway that we have followed, for instance, in the last 12 years. How do things look right now? So what is the latest data in terms of how India is faring in terms of not just growth, but very importantly, its outcome in terms of consumption or lack of consumption, which is poverty. All right, so we'll talk about poverty. We'll talk about labor market, because it really should be at the top of all your minds right now. Not just because you're students and young faculty, but because with the advent of AI, there are many new uncertainties that are also emerging. And labor markets in India are not like labor markets in most other emerging markets. We have certain idiosyncrasies, meaning there are certain peculiarities to India's labor market, and I'm going to talk about that. Then, very importantly, how is India's growth distributed? Not just, again, poverty is one metric of it in terms of people across wealth levels, but also geographically. Is India's growth an urban phenomenon? Is it really limited to Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, so on and so forth? Or is it much more widespread? We'll look at that. And then I will end the story by telling you that the path forward is not quite as simple. So I'm also going to present to you data to basically encourage you to be more mindful of when you read the evidence. Because there is this new area of economics called narrative economics, which has become a very fundamental part of our lives. And I'll show you why. Let's start with poverty. First of all, why should we study poverty? And what does 10 trillion have to do with poverty? You know, in an electoral democracy such as ours, development is at the heart of a lot of what we do. Because to be re-elected, governments not only have to show and create growth, but that growth also has to be distributed. So poverty becomes a very critical metric. For those of you, many of you possibly know this, but this is also Sustainable Development Target number 1, right? Absolute poverty. Now, in India, traditionally we used to look at poverty from a Tendulkar poverty line. And what was the Tendulkar poverty line? It had to do with food. How many calories does an average person require to function normally? And how much money do you have to spend to basically consume those many calories? That was the metric for Tendulkar poverty line. But this was 15 years back. Subsequently, what was developed is called the Rangarajan poverty line. In the Rangarajan poverty line, we have food, but we also have health, education, and very importantly, as you urbanize, rental, conveyance. Increasingly, that basket is getting expanded. And that is exactly what it means, that every country determines its own poverty level. So even in the US, they're not going to have the same basket as ours, but they have their own equivalent basket. Every country has. Of course, the World Bank comes up with something more standard in terms of benchmark. But the Tendulkar poverty line, which was the old one, and subsequently the Rangarajan poverty line, which is the 2014 line, is actually far more moderate than the World Bank's $2.15. Okay? So it's a moderate poverty if you look at it in terms of the basket. And this is what it looks like. In rural areas, it's close to 2,000 rupees. In urban India, it is around 2760, so around 2,800. All right, this is per capita, per person. So per person, per month, this is the kind of spending required. If you're below this, then you are poor. There is also a concept of multidimensional poverty. And that has to do with, of course, amenities, health, education, living condition or livability, right? Quality of living, etc. So that's very different from the way we measure traditionally. Now, this is what India's growth has led to. So over the last 12 years, what has happened to poverty rates across India? These are NSS region level, right? This is household consumption expenditure, publicly available. So I'm also here to basically encourage the young researchers, young faculty to use the HCS data. It is one of the richest data we have globally, right? It is representative at the district level, but certainly at the state level, which is where a lot of the differences emerge from. What do you observe? That 12 years back, India's poverty rate was 29.5%. The poverty rate today is 3.9%. This is what economic growth is meant to achieve in a democracy. Let me assure you, you are unlikely to find any research and evidence or literature of this kind of distribution of economic growth in large authoritarian countries like China, which we often compare ourselves with. But this is the reality of a democracy, that your growth has to be distributed. It cannot be concentrated in some pockets, right? What you observe is, and just look at it, 3.9 is distributed across all states. It's rural and urban. In fact, in the last 12 years, there is now a convergence between rural and urban because rural households have witnessed a faster reduction in poverty or a greater increase in consumption expenditure, right? Now, the conversations on inequality, therefore, are largely in the realm of income. But to the economists in the room, you all know that eventually a lot of policy, or even at the household level, a lot of effort goes around smoothing of consumption, not smoothing of income. Tomorrow, if I get a lottery, I don't start consuming more. Or tomorrow, if I lose my job, I'm not going to take my children out of school. So consumption needs to be steady. That is the whole idea around good quality of living. That consumption must be smooth. What you're observing in India is, if you look at inequality, consumption inequality in India has reduced significantly across quintile groups as well as rural urban across states. Now, Income inequality is a separate story. But consumption inequality is something I care about a great deal. Now, if I look at different members, for instance, if a household gets, let's say, 10,000 rupee and there are 4 members in the household, in very simple economics, we assume everybody is getting 2,500. But that's not true, right? Certain members in the household consume a larger share of it. Some members get lesser share of it. So we want to also look at individual level what is happening. And what you observe is, this is at an aggregate level for everyone, there is a big reduction. But the biggest reduction that have happened is for adult female, and through the adult female, children. So poverty reduction in India is being led. The largest demographic to have gained from it are adult women and children. And then you have the results for the men, which are not that spectacular, but it is nonetheless an improvement. Now, the popular media often picks on India being majoritarian, India being a country for certain religions and discriminating against others and so on. So the job of every empirical economist then, or a development economist in particular, becomes one of testing these things empirically. And what do you find in the data? That the reduction of poverty for average Muslim households, in 11-12, it used to be 31.7% was the poverty rate for Muslim households. It is now down to 2.4%. Right? Major reduction. For Hindu households, it is 30.9 to 4%. And for overall, it's the numbers that you are familiar with. What about urban and rural? Again, urban India, close to, look at urban Muslims. In fact, if you remember the Sachar committee and the kind of conversations India used to have, Muslims in urban area were extremely poor, with some of the highest poverty rate, namely, look at it, it's almost 40%. That has reduced to 5.7, right? So the story goes that this poverty reduction is not concentrated in regions, it's not concentrated in quintiles, it is not concentrated in religions or social groups. It is an all India story. It truly is an inclusive growth story. Look at the social groups, because we do have many policies for different social groups. We do have social groups which have tend to miss out on different aspects of growth. And yet just look at poverty. For scheduled tribe, used to have nearly 50% poverty rate in India. Imagine, so high. It's down to 12.2%. It's still higher than the average. Look at scheduled caste. It's a reduction from 37 to 4.2%. Similarly, again in urban areas, it's a reduction from 40% to 6.6. What I'm trying to tell you is it's inclusive across different categories. This is how you test hypothesis. This is how, when someone says that India is majoritarian or India only favors or India's growth is concentrated in some segments, this is how you test it, to dispel that kind of a narrative. These are across all states. So now, if you are asked a question, how many people have come out of poverty in India in the last 12 years? 302 million people have come out of poverty in the last 12 years. It's a phenomenal, unprecedented improvement in India's modern history, right? So it's worth exploring and talking about. Here is another statistics if you look at asset ownership. One is monthly consumption expenditure, meaning how much are you consuming? That is your Rangarajan line. The other is actual asset ownership, namely automobiles. Why is this a good story? Because automobiles are not being given away by any governments anywhere. All right? Automobiles is also a lump sum. It's a durable good, which requires a certain down payment or an expansion of banking facilities, right? Financing. What do you observe? That all India, 4% of the poorest 20%, only 4% of them owned any automobile. Today that number is 44%. What a phenomenal improvement. Of course, now for those of you concerned about congestion, yes, it tells you that you have to also now invest in adequate infrastructure. We have to think of traffic jams even in villages. But that is what you get when you get this kind of widespread growth. All right? Purchasing power improves and everybody is going to be party to that. So this is nearly a 900% increase. It's unprecedented. And this is not an outcome of government one policy. It's not a freebie. It's a result of this kind of growth. People have money to spend and they are spending. Let's look at some of the structural concerns around labor market, which are important if we are to realize the 2047 dream and hopefully sooner than 2047. These are two metrics. One is labor force participation and one is unemployment. The difference is labor force participation talks about people of a certain working age who are either working or looking for work. Unemployment rate is of people who are looking for work and do not find it. So they are two separate concepts. Very importantly, the right-hand side graph tells you that this is how India's labor force participation is spread out. Number one, why do I say that we have certain idiosyncrasies? So we can't just impose one theory of labor, which we globally see as India following the same. You know, in China, the labor force participation has been around 75% for the last 40 years. In Vietnam, it was close to 72%. In Bangladesh, the labor force participation was close to 65%. In India, after all this effort, we have finally increased labor force participation to 56% from less than 50 12 years back. There is something very peculiar here. We have abnormally low labor force participation. What does that tell you? That people of the working age, 45%, are neither working nor they are looking for work. It's very important to understand. Women are a large part of this, right? Women are a large part of this, but thankfully, in the last 8 years, if you look at the periodic labor force survey, rural women have seen almost 70% increase in female labor force participation. Urban women, on the other hand, continue to battle with low labor force participation. And it's not a choice. It's not a happy choice. Why is urban India's labor force participation so low for women? There are many reasons, but it's also important for you to recognize the fact that urban India's fertility rate has been below replacement level of 2.1 for the last 25 years, which means it's not a recent phenomenon. The trends have started quite some time back. So what is it? That women are getting more educated than ever, they're getting more training than ever, but when it comes to entering the labor market, we are struggling in our urban areas. But at the same time, fertility is crashing in urban areas. It fundamentally has to do with the changing structure of the institution of family, because this is what we have learned from most other economies, particularly in Asia. Traditional economies which favor children, historically you had uncles and aunts and grandparents who helped rear kids. Today the joint family system has broken down. In cities you have basically a couple that is taking care of kids. And children are very labor intensive. Right? So what happens then? Someone has to step back. So what we think in terms of women are choosing to step back is not a happy choice, which is why in the government we actually did a paper. It's a very detailed study which has led to design of this concept called care economy, care infrastructure. Unpaid work of women accounts for 17%. The question that was addressed in the beginning of this, it's 17% of India's GDP. That's the kind of value which is getting created inside the household. Now imagine if it is such a major value, what do we do with this knowledge? One is an easy one. For economists and statisticians, it's a quick fix. I can measure my GDP better. But what does it mean in society in terms of valuing? The fact that this is not a marketed activity, there's no money being transacted, means it's an activity and a value that is actively discounted. And because it is discounted, that women are only valued if you go out and earn a living. So the real cost that we are bearing is in terms of the crashing fertility. Women are really voting because it's, through their wombs. That is how difficult it is. So the care economy infrastructure has to do with the fact that a working age woman in India spends 4 hours every day taking care of someone. And it's not just children. Children are a large part of it because we still have more children than we have elderly. But we have 120 million elderly in this country above the age of 60. That pyramid is going to invert in another 2 decades. We'll have many more elderly than children. But the care job is on the shoulders of women. And that cost needs to be reduced if we want women to fulfill their aspirations, their ambitions, their dreams through the labor market. If they choose to go out and work, then it should not be such a difficult decision. That's the idea behind government now investing in care infrastructure. Very importantly, labor force participation of India. India is very large and our states are very large. An average district is 2 million people. For most foreigners, this is mind-blowing. But all I'm trying to tell you is the variations across the country are so enormous that all India stories, they hide because they're averages. Look at the unemployment rate. All India unemployment rate is around 4%. But that's all India. Labor market is not at a national level. Labor market is at a state level. What do you see across states? That this 4%, if you look at it across states, then Gujarat's unemployment is 0.9%. Look at Karnataka, 1.5. Chhattisgarh, 1.9. Kerala, 12.5. Now that is where the conversation becomes tricky. That this is one of our most developed states with very good development indicators. Unemployment 3 times national average. So you see, it's not so simple. But there is something that comes out of this entire discussion. Unemployment is directly linked with the state's ease of doing business climate. It's a negative relationship. States that are business friendly are also creating jobs. Meaning job creation is an outcome of wealth creation. States that are seeing business friendly policies that are supportive of enterprises are creating jobs and have low unemployment. This is the relationship. That is why we make such a large effort towards improving business climate. It's also linked with livelihoods. Now, there is something called youth inactivity. And this is particularly to the young people in the room. You are a very different generation than even us. Forget the elders. Youth inactivity is a very nice sounding euphemism to basically say young people don't want to go out and work. This is a term created by OECD. It's a global phenomenon, but it is particularly acute in India. Why am I saying this? For all the states of India, this is the unemployment rate that I have stacked. The red bars are telling you unemployment level of people below 30, and the grey bars are telling you unemployment level above 30. Now what happens at the age of 30 that everybody becomes gainfully employed? Your parents basically tell you, beta bus, ab now go, do something. So jobs are there. It is your expectation of the job which is undergoing a transformation. Because this is the story in every state of India, that something is happening around the age of 30. Now these are all young people. But now the red bars are for people who are highly educated. All of us fit into that. Of course, we are not young. The red bars are unemployment levels for young people who are graduates and above. So all you youngsters, young people. And the grey bars are for young people who have only had school education. Is this clear? What do you notice? That people who have the highest education amongst the youth are nearly 5 times as likely to be unemployed as young people who have only school education. Meaning, with a little bit of education, they are all working. But the more you are educated, the less you are likely to be working. Now, this is bizarre because this basically puts the entire training of economics that we had when we were growing up, because we were told you better study hard if you want a good job. But now the reality is that the more you are studying, the more you are likely to be at home. So, what is happening? Now, view this reality also with the fact that every industry survey in India now tells us that capital is not the key constraint to their growth. It is skilled manpower. Firms are not able to get skilled manpower. It's an acute shortage. Now, how can the two things coexist? That your industry, your firms are not able to find skilled manpower, and the most educated youngsters are sitting at home. This has to do with the dissonance between a degree, which we get when we go to college, and skill that the market actually values. The market is not willing to pay for degree anymore. Market is saying we will pay for skill. Now, that dissonance is something historically we have inherited. That is partly our education system, but that is also one which is undergoing rapid change. The whole idea behind new education policy is to bridge this gap. We cannot have such dissonance. An economy which aspires to grow at 8 to 10% cannot have labor and skill as the key constraint, because these are not things which can be fixed overnight. It's not finance. All right? Now, what about expectation management? This has to do with why are young people waiting till the age of whatever to work? First, because you can afford to wait. 40 years back, or even 12 years back, if you look at the poverty numbers, you couldn't wait that long. Now, because as the country gets more affluent, you can wait. All right? So there is expectation of a better job. I am an engineer, therefore, I'm not going to settle into a job. I will wait for a right job. That is the kind of stuff that is happening. Equally importantly, there is a large segment in certain states of India, and these tend to be the relatively more agrarian, the relatively poorer states, where young people are spending many years, actually the average is between 5 and 10, taking exams. They take exams for government jobs. Now, what happens is, in the market, if you're doing some activity, over time, it's like accruing of skill, and the market rewards you. But exam taking is not an inherent skill that the market rewards. So if you've been taking exam for 5 years, it's 5 years gone. There is a fantastic study that came out, it's published in the Journal of Public Economics, which studied the state of Tamil Nadu. Because Tamil Nadu had a very nice natural experiment where for 4 years they froze all state recruitment. So what it allows you to do is compare all these people who are preparing for exams, and after 4 years you see what happens to the longer term income, right? And what they discovered is the lifelong earnings of people who spend more than X number of years taking exams, their lifelong earnings are lower than people who never sat for those exams. Imagine the attrition that is happening on account of people just taking exams. These are the most productive parts of your life, your 20s. This is when you actually raise your average productivity. You gain skills, you learn new things. And that's the time which we are foregoing. So there is a concern. This is why Skill India is such an important, critical intervention. It's not an easy fix because there are going to be many trial and errors, right? But it is an important point. Let me, because I promised you I'll show you new kinds of data. Of course, within the Ministry of Statistics, there are higher frequency data. There are new kinds of surveys being conducted. But we also have alternate and more objective, meaning you're not asking a human being. It's not a survey. These are spatial data, satellite imagery. And this is not the night lights, because night lights used to be a fad 10 years back, because that is what the NASA satellites would pick up, and then the ISRO satellites picked up. But what has happened is, over time, because of energy efficiency, we are all moving towards LED. And LED has lower luminosity, so now it's not that great a data. But what's even better than night lights is daytime satellite imagery. 10 meter into 10 meter, you know what is getting constructed. You also have volume data. And now this is what we are using to basically plan the urban growth of our cities, right? Because India is far more urban than we realize. So we are going to look at this. This is European Commission, but we are trying to replicate this entire data system within ISRO right now. This is India's growth, and I just want to tell you again, how is it distributed? And what do I mean by growth? This is actual constructed growth. What kind of construction activities? Houses, infrastructure, roads, right? All kinds of constructed buildings that the satellite picks up. I'm comparing 2010-15 with 15-20, the first 5 years of the administration. It's only picked up, but I just want to give you a snapshot. The red areas are which have witnessed a growth of real growth of higher than 5%. Okay, this is annualized. So this is real rapid growth. Do you see how the red areas are expanding? Do you see that it is also happening in some of our remoter parts? It's happening in Northeast. It's happening around the western part of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. It's happening in traditionally what used to be a Naxal belt. So a lot of growth in India in terms of connectivity and infrastructure is also happening in the remotest part of the country. That is where a lot of the effort in terms of connectivity has gone. In fact, it is the back-end logistics and connectivity which has led to extraordinary changes in consumption pattern. An average Indian, if you look at the data from 12 years back, only 60% Indians reported they would consume some kind of fresh fruits. Today that number is 93%. And this is not you and me, top quintile. This is across quintile groups. Then there used to be a lot of seasonality before. You ate fresh fruits when they were available. So summers you ate mangoes and lychees, winter there were no fruits, you ate vegetables. Now, there is no seasonality in the data when it comes to many fruits. Why? Is it because we are growing them? No. It's because we have better storage. Of course, we are growing in many parts, but we also have the supply chain in terms of refrigeration, connectivity, which have improved a lot. So you have to look at consumption of households to understand what is growth eventually about. It's better quality of life, right, for average citizens. I want to end on this story because it is such an important story to tell you that different kind of economy, we are all at global pressure points, right, in terms of the kind of growth we are aspiring towards and the kind of global pressures that exist. But there is an area of economics called narrative economics. In fact, the Nobel awardee, Robert Schleifer, has written a fantastic book called Narrative Economics. This used to be within the confines of corporate finance because companies used to plant stories about their rivals. Sometimes they would plant stories about themselves, right? They got a license or they procured land or, they did a big HR recruitment, so on and so forth. You plant stories because it has a direct impact on the stock price. It's the mood, what people think in terms of what your valuation should be, what your future going to be. Now, it's no longer corporate finance. Now, narrative economics is like a lived reality. And I'm going to present an example to you. This data set is from Google. It's called GDELT. This is open source data. So for those of you interested, you should go and download and study this. These are hundreds of millions of data points. It's in more than 100 languages across the world. So if anything is on Google, it's here. All right? What I'm measuring is something called the media tone. How does global media on an average cover a specific country? And the analysis started at the beginning of the pandemic. So this is January, February of 2020. And we studied 5 big economies: China, India, Germany, US, and Sweden. Why do I study Sweden? Because remember, Sweden was the only country which did not impose a lockdown. They wanted to experiment with herd immunity, so they said we are not going to. So it was important to look at them. What do you observe? In the beginning, all these countries, on the y-axis, the number is, they're all bunched around minus 1.5 to minus 2.5. So global media coverage of all these countries is negative. The media tone is negative. Is that a problem? No, because media talks about problems. No? It's about negative news is what news is meant to be most of the time. So you use natural language processing, you string the words together and you ascribe a tone to it. What do you notice in the beginning of the pandemic? All these countries have negative media tone. So wo to natural hai, that's expected. That is the role of media. But what do you notice within 6 months of the pandemic? What do you notice by end of September, early October of the pandemic? The democracies of the world continue to get negative media coverage. What happens to the average media tone for China? It's positive. So now the first thought you have is, oh, well, it's China, so they do censorship. But that's when I tell you, but this is not Chinese media that can be censored in China. This is global media. So this is Ecuador, New Zealand, India. This is global media and how they cover a particular country. It used to be traditionally negative. Something flipped around the pandemic, when the global media coverage on China steadily became positive. This is not a random occurrence. This has broken a long-term structural trend. It is now positive. This is an indication of a campaign. This is a well-funded, it's a campaign in the larger realm of narrative economics. We are building stories and narrative and sentiments about a specific economy and against certain economy. Why do I say that? Because this data also allows me to look at where is this news coming from. You know whether the news emanates from India, from which country. And what you notice in this data is that the most negative news, do you see that? Everything below minus 2.5, the black line, that is India. The most negative news on India comes from sources which are unknown sources, which also happen to be the source of the most positive news on China. That is also unknown sources. Do you see the beauty of data? Do you see how data is powerful? Because we can get into a lot of nuance and details on areas which traditionally were considered very esoteric. But now narrative economics, this is where we are. When stories are getting planted, they are the unknown sources putting out all negative news on India. The same unknown sources are putting out wonderful positive news on China. I am only showing you results for India and China. That's to drive home the larger point that we are doing this for every economy. Stories are being planted, narrative battles are being fought. Your institutions will come under attack. So human rights are stacked against you when you go to do trade negotiations. It's very important to understand objectively where Indian economy stands. That's why it's important to look at data beyond a few macro indicators. Ki growth is 8%. Or GDP is 4 trillion. Yes, those are very important. The real economy is in terms of the labor market, the agriculture market, women, if you look at consumption, industries, and so on, right? Those are very important. Finally, I will end on moving forward. The 2047, 10 trillion is not, it's still myopic because 10 trillion at the current rate we should be arriving at by, in 12 years, 12 to 13 years. If 2047, which means we are to be a developed nation, an average Indian is to have a quality of life which is of a developed market, some of the key critical constraints and challenges are, first, we are a late industrializer. And all nations that have industrialized late face a lot of impediments globally. Right? We are not going to, so whenever people compare us with South Korea or Japan or China, Forget that the kind of technology transfer that happened with South Korea or Japan, also with China, the US had a very large part to play in each of them. And other than China, in terms of Japan and South Korea, there was a considerable amount of erosion of sovereignty as well. Now you are trying to grow as completely independent democracy, the largest democracy in the world. Late industrialization is faced with a lot of impediments. So like the APIs, when we were denied at the height of the pandemic, that's just one reflection of what supply chains look like in real world. Our industrialization, we are dependent on global market, and the idea is to become as independent, or at least strategically, more self-reliant. Labor productivity. I talked to you about labor, but India has peculiarly low labor productivity. So you know that wages have not seen a big increase. Consumption is rising, but wage component to it. Wages have not increased, and you will hear people talk about it, but what no one will tell you is that wages, one of the reasons wages have not increased is also because labor productivity in India has not seen a big increase. We need to increase labor productivity. Again, going back to skill and technical training. Unplanned urbanization. If I just ask you a question, how urban is India? Your reflex answer will be 35-37%, because that is what Census 2011 told us. The reality is we are between 68 and 70% urban if you look at satellite data. Imagine. Does this matter? Yes, because the city of Gurgaon, all of you are familiar with that city, no? The city of Gurgaon, millennial city, as we call it, did not have an urban local body till 2008, which means the city had already grown, millennial city, but till 2008 it was being governed by panchayats. Imagine. Which means our real economy is moving much, much faster than we are able to. We are doing a catch-up game. That's why planning the urban growth becomes so fundamental today. You will increasingly see more and more. Last two budgets you have seen, you are going to see more of it. Technological constraints and low R&D. And this is where you are all going to be part to it. All institutes of higher education must have an R&D agenda. From the supply side, you are seeing the government create a research development innovation fund, 1 lakh crore over the next 5 years. There is an ANRF, Anusandhan National Research Fund. You just heard Shakti getting announced. Every area, financing is becoming available. You will be surprised, our key constraint is researchers. We need researchers to now think about proposals and how to use those funds. And we are here to help in whichever way we can. And of course, the last being global uncertainties. We are also growing and urbanizing and aspiring to be where we are, despite global pressures of this kind. The trade wars, the actual military wars, all kinds of uncertainties are happening. And our job is largely to try and insulate as much as possible. But remember, unlike China, which grew on the back of exports, unlike South Korea, Japan before that, India's economic growth is largely on the back of domestic consumption, all right, which is good and bad. But the good thing is that you're not as vulnerable to global shocks as these other economies are, because India's consumption is more than 60% of its GDP, right? Why is that a bad thing? Well, by bad thing, I mean we need to invest. We also need to plow this back. So a declining savings does become a concern, right? These are the longer term structural constraints. So just to give you a broad sense of 2047, Vikasit Bharat is more than the size of the GDP, okay? Size of the GDP is like the fuel. It's like that core sort of a girdle. But all these development metrics is what we are aspiring to achieve. And we have done phenomenally well if you look at the data of the last 12 years. So thank you very much. Happy to take questions. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for such an enriching session. Your talk on poverty reduction across demographics to care economics to narrative economics and geopolitics was indeed very insightful for us. And to carry this discussion forward, we will open the stage for the Q&A session.
You'll have to see, I can't see anything.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So I had a question regarding the inverse relationship you showed between education and job market. So I wanted to know your thoughts on should students shift to job market immediately after graduation instead of doing masters, looking at the current trend.
You're sitting at the Gokhale Institute. Our flagship program is the master's program. We do want you to do masters. That's being sort of myopic if you view the results as having impact for individual decision making. You see, it depends on what actual skills you picked up at the undergrad level. Because I know at the master's level you are studying not just theory, but here you're also looking at applications, right? The point is, after masters, what do you do? Because if you do masters, and in India, because we don't have concept of taking year off after graduation, right? We are mostly just studying. So if you're doing masters, you're probably 23 years old, you're still very young, right? So it's important to get technical education, to know how to do things. But once you've got that at your masters, let's say, then you should apply it.
Thank you.
If you go into R&D, I mean, apply it. It's very important to enter the job market. But here is the other thing. You know, this is a story I often tell, but it's because it's a lived reality. When we were in college, all the cool kids used to have guitars, no? And you were part of a band. But the cool kids today have startups. If you go to any of the business school, that is traditionally where I have been teaching for the last 25 years, you'll be surprised at how many of them are willing to take chances. You try something. And you know the fastest growing sectors of Indian economy today? Ag tech, health tech, ed tech. These are all in the startup space. They are applying technology to old traditional problems. And these are all young people. And that's what gives you so much faith in India's growth. That young, try something.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Prathamesh Magar. I am from BSc Economics. And my question was, what do you think the recent labor codes would impact the market? Like, how would they impact the corporates plus the laborers? Because there are both-sided sentiments, like even people are happy, but they are also sad. Just, I wanted to know about your view.
You know, when people are happy and sad, then you've done something right. It is not one segment of the market that you have responded to. That is the idea. Let me give you one piece of statistics to explain to you why these codes were needed. Some states had already brought in a lot of these changes. So, you know, when there is this wonderful study which looks at when India enters a trade agreement, it is like suddenly a market opening. Which states gain from that? All of India will not gain from trade agreements. Some states will gain more depending on area, specific sector, right? And we saw, it's very striking, that every time we enter a trade agreement and this market segment expands, states that have already brought in labor reforms gain disproportionately more. Which means that when an opportunity emerges, how are businesses organized to avail that business? Meaning, how quickly can you grow, scale up? And labor codes ratifying, meaning notifying them and getting them implemented, is very important to make sure that these kind of constraints, which existed for a long time, they are done away with. Right? So that is why it supports both. Also remember, this is a massive formalization effort. A lot of our labor has been in the informal sector, right? Close to 85-86%. This is an effort to also formalize it. So that not now, but over time, benefits, you can link it with insurance, you can link it with many other things, right? So these are early but robust steps into getting an organized, good, strong formal labor market.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Indu. I'm a PhD student here in Gokhale. You talked about the care economy, and like new studies are being done on that even at Indian level. But it has been some time now that studies are being done on care economy, on unpaid work, and you mentioned the importance of it. Two questions: what is the government doing about it? The Indian government. Second, what are some doable solutions of it? Matlab, because there is already work on it, there is data which has proved the importance of it so far.
So, you know, when you realize that so much of care work is happening in the household, you want to reduce the burden on women, right? That is the whole idea. Because all that care work is being done by women. Now, how do you reduce that burden? By one, making available care infrastructure. There is Palna, I don't know how many of you are aware of the Palna program. So these schemes, or even under Narega, one of the first thing that was built was creches on work sites, right? Palna is an equivalent in the urban areas. There is huge investments being made and allowed into opening of creches and daycare centers, but increasingly old age homes. In this budget, you heard about 10,000. It's a small, modest beginning, but it's a beginning of caregivers getting trained under Skill India. If you look at some of the surveys from cities like Bangalore, monthly people are paying upwards of 50,000 rupees for caregivers to come and help with this kind of work. Now, caregivers are distinct from a maid and a medical nurse. They lie somewhere in between. There is certain amount of specialized training that is required, but this market is being put in place faster than we appreciate, but slower than we would like. Right? Yeah.
Due to the time constraint, we'll only be going ahead with one more question. So,
Hello, ma'am. I wanted to ask that India's economy is more service-based in today's era, and if we look at other countries like China, they are more into manufacturing. So, to make India a global economic hub, what all factors are needed in manufacturing sector to boost India's manufacturing sector apart from government schemes?
How many of you know somebody, and I mean this is for the young people, how many of your friends or relatives are into core engineering, meaning actually in construction or building, manufacturing of something? 5 hands, 6 hands. Imagine, 7, 8 hands. Now, why am I asking you this? Because until 10 years back, even when I used to visit Delhi, I would hear this phrase very commonly. India has missed the manufacturing bus. Very common, everybody would say. Not just that, several experts have also tried to lecture us on why we need not do manufacturing. We should only do services because that is what we have been doing for some time. I want you to understand what a naive and simplistic thinking this is for an economy which has 500 million people working in agriculture. No economy historically has made a transition from agriculture to services by completely skipping manufacturing. I'm just trying to tell you we are here today and the task is more difficult than it should be because for a long time we also followed the wrong policy. To give up on manufacturing or to view manufacturing only as a source for cheap products is not the right way to look at it. Manufacturing is a fundamental job factory. It's a job creator, right? And that is why now we are having to, it's an uphill task, but it has to be done. Simply because you cannot be importing umbrellas and sofas and pencils and erasers because we have stopped manufacturing everything. That's the kind of dependence that comes when you have cheap products available elsewhere. But in the process, you have also given away livelihoods. So we will industrialize. We are industrializing. It's costly. It will come through all kinds of support. So government policy becomes very important. Some of our states, 5 of them in particular, are doing phenomenally well, right? But I want you to also know one other reality. Because until 10 years back, everybody wanted to only do computer science and consulting and coding. Today, mid managers are missing from manufacturing. So if you go to parts of Tamil Nadu, they're recruiting mid managers from Spain and Italy. Imagine, when I say costs of manufacturing is high and cost of industrialization is high, that is the biggest cost. The fact that we do not have a large pool of well-trained in core engineering, core manufacturing. Because for a long time we believed everyone must do computers. And after computers, you do consulting. That's not going to serve us. So there's a course correction that is happening. You'll just have to, be a bit more patient. But clearly some of the states have already led the way. So there's great reason for optimism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom, for such an insightful session.
If the previous session asked us to rethink how growth is measured, this conversation points towards a more uncomfortable question. Who truly controls the levers of that growth?
In today's world, economic power is no longer confined to balance sheets alone. It lies in capital flows, strategic investments, supply chains, and the ability of nations to retain decision-making authority.
This fireside chat explores how India can safeguard its economic sovereignty while remaining deeply integrated with global markets, a balance that will define power in the decades ahead.
Joining us for this conversation are two individuals who approach this question from complementary vantage points, finance and policy.
Our first speaker, Shri Apur Kumar Mishra, is a consultant at Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, where he works closely on policy analysis and strategic decision making.
He has previously served as a senior research fellow at the India Foundation, was the editor-in-chief of the India Law Journal, and has taught law at institutions including Ashoka University, Gujarat National Law University, and NLIU Bhopal. An alumnus of the University of Cambridge, where he completed his MPhil in technology policy, Shri Mishra brings a sharp institutional and regulatory perspective to today's discussion.
Joining him is Shri Shaurya Doval, who brings together the worlds of finance, policy, and nation building. An investment banker with over 3 decades of global experience across India, London, and Singapore, Shri Doval has worked with institutions such as GE Capital and Morgan Stanley. He currently heads Torch Investment and is the founder of India Foundation, a leading policy think tank that has played significant role in shaping contemporary public discourse in India. An Eisenhower Fellow and recipient of international policy fellowships from Japan, Shri Doval has been deeply engaged in conversations on governance, strategic affairs, and economic leadership.
Together, they will explore capital and command, India's strategy for economic sovereignty.
Please join us in welcoming Shri Apur Kumar Mishra and Shri Shaurya Doval to the stage. Now, I would like to invite Shri Sanjeev Sanyal Sir, our Chancellor, to felicitate Shri Shaurya Doval, and I would also like to call upon Dr. Arjun Goel, our Faculty Coordinator, to facilitate Arjun Sir. Apur Kumar Mishra Sir. We now hand over the stage to our speakers.
Thank you. The advantage of good friends is they give very generous introductions. There are two Apoor Mishras. The other Apoor Mishra has gone to Cambridge, not me. But just spoke. So what we'll do is that we have about an hour with us to discuss the topic capital and command, India's strategy for economic sovereignty. We'll have this structured as a conversation for about 30-35 minutes with Mr. Dowell. And then the remaining 20-25 minutes, we'll open this up for Q&A with the audience. The title, Capital and Command, India's Strategy for Economic Sovereignty, is, I think, a request by the organizers to ask us to discuss the balance between Nirbharta and Atmanirbharta in the strategy for Viksit Bharat for the country. And I think the words capital and command are synonyms for interdependence and independence, and the balance between them as we try to achieve Viksit Bharat. What is Viksit Bharat? There are various definitions of it. Dr. Ravi spoke about the fact that it's not just GDP, it's about national capabilities. But if you look at a very, very narrow definition of Viksit Bharat, we are today a country with a per capita income of $2,500 USD. The lowest definition for what constitutes a developed country by the World Bank is $12,500 per capita. So we have to 5x our per capita income to be a Viksit Bharat in the next 2 decades. So what we've done in the first 8 decades is not enough, because we have to do 5 times that in the next 2 decades. And that's what will take us to the status of a developed country. This will not happen through an incremental approach. It will need an exponential, a disruptive approach towards policymaking, towards the relationship between government, private sector, and civil society. And all of those are issues that you would have heard through the previous sessions at this conclave. What I'll do is I'll start by asking Mr. Dowell to think about and to give his view on the performance of the Indian economy since 2014, and what gives him hope that we will be able to achieve this goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Because as they say, the secret to motivation is to not look at how far you still have to go, but how far you've come. So, Mr. Dowell, let's start with your assessment of how well we've done since 2014 as the economy of India.
Thank you, Apoor. I think if you look at the Indian economy's performance in the last 10 years, so 2014 to 25, I think the first statistic in itself speaks pretty much in terms of the scorecard. In 2004, the GDP of India was $2 trillion. India had, in about 65 years of its independence, we started off with a base of about $30 billion in 1947, had achieved an economic size of $2 trillion. In 2025, as we speak, we have just doubled it, nearly $4 trillion. So the first statistic is that have we done well? Absolutely, exceedingly well, because what we achieved in the 65 years, by and large, we've achieved it in the last 10 years. Now, there is an element of compounding in it, we understand that, but there is no denying the fact that we are now at a point where in the last 10 years, we have fundamentally shifted the nature of our economy. Then we take that a little bit deeper and say, what are the 3-4 key elements that have marked this economic transition in the last 10 years? I think I look at these last 10 years as really laying the foundation of the Indian economy from being a sort of a $2 trillion economy to getting ready to put itself in the league of about a $25-30 trillion economy over the next 25 years. The massive investment that had to go in setting this up, laying the foundation, was somewhat delayed in the decades that we missed up to 2014, essentially the last decade, which is where a lot of investment has gone in the last 10 years. So the first cornerstone of that has been the digital infrastructure that this government has put in the last 10 years. And the numbers just speak for themselves. I'll just bore you with some numbers. When the total number of mobile subscriptions from 2014 have gone up from about 900 million people to just double to about 1.7 billion in the last 10 years. The cost of data to access these mobile subscription has fallen from 260 rupees or 270 rupees in 2014 to about 10 rupees by 2025. The number of Jan Dhan accounts, the accounts that are digitally linked, has gone up from 14 crores to about 60 crores in this time frame of 10 years. And our Aadhaar coverage has gone up from about 80 crores to about 150 crores. And surprisingly, in these Jan Dhan accounts, from a zero balance account in 2015 when they were launched, we now have about $30 billion, or about 3 lakh crores in that account. So the first thing that has happened is that we have laid the foundation of what I think will be a future economy. We are future ready as laying the digital infrastructure that is needed for an economy that is going to move to the range of about 30 to 40 trillion dollars. The second thing that has happened, which is again very important, Shamika alluded to that we will not just be a service or a digital economy, we also have to be a manufacturing economy. For that, we needed to lay the physical infrastructure. This country needed the future-ready physical infrastructure that could sustain the level of economic activity that happens when a GDP pushes at that level. Now, that is also, the government has done well in the last 10 years to lay the foundations of that. And again, the numbers just speak, just look at every statistic after statistic. Number of kilometers, 91,000 kilometers in 2015, 150,000 kilometers, nearly double in the last 10 years in 2025. Number of airports, 74 in 2015, 164 in 2025. Metro length, 250 kilometers in 2015, 1,200 kilometers for urbanization in urban centers in 2025. Number of metro cities, 5 there, and you said 27 now. Power installation, 249 gigawatt installed capacity in like 65 years, doubled that to 509 gigawatts in the last 10 years. Double, just installed capacity doubled in last 10 years, of which 75 was the renewable, gigawatts was the renewable capacity in 2014. That stands at 3 times at about, or 4 times at 250 gigawatts. Even solar, which was only 3 gigawatts in 2015, is now at 110 gigawatts. So just the quantum of physical infrastructure, railway electrification, 22,000 kilometers of the country was electrified, of railway lines were electrified, now it is about 70,000 kilometers. So just the quantum, the basic magnitude and the volume of physical infrastructure rollout has been phenomenal. China had done it. We should have obviously done it earlier, I concede. But the very fact that we now have by and large the physical infrastructure. So we have the digital infrastructure, we have the physical infrastructure. The government has by and large also done well on its fiscal management. So government has kept the financial architecture that is needed to sustain an economic growth rate in the future to a level, despite the fact that it were challenging times. In the last 10 years, we had COVID, and there was a lot of profligacy in all governments across the world. You had to fight that. But by and large, the very fact, though, we target a 3% of the GDP in our FRBM Act, we are hovering about 4.5%. So the government's physical infrastructure, the financial architecture is there. So if I look at sort of the 3 big cornerstones, the government, the economy has done well in the last 10 years. On top of that layer now some of the big initiatives that we are talking about, where, again, this Shamika mentioned, the unleashing for the first time of the entrepreneurial talent in this country. For the first time in the last 10 years, India and Indians and young Indians have started believing that they can create substantial wealth for themselves, for their families, for their communities. And that's not a capacity issue only, it's also a huge mindset issue, a fundamental belief issue. So I think overlay this physical infrastructure with the soft infrastructure of a highly mobile, highly young, and educated workforce. I think by and large, if you look, I can relay facts and I'll take a lot of time, but by and large, you look, in the last 10 years, we have not done too bad, and the country is poised very well now to double at least its GDP over the next 10 to 15 years.
Thank you, Shauryaji. But through all of what was happening over the last decade, I think one glaring gap in our economy was the persistent underperformance of manufacturing. I mean, it's hovered between 13 to 15% for several decades now. And governments for the last 3 decades have tried to increase the share of manufacturing. You had the SEZ Act by the UPA government. We've tried a lot of initiatives like PLI, etc. And so there is one aspect of this jigsaw puzzle which is policy. And Dr. Ravi and other speakers spoke about this, what the government is doing in terms of changing the policies with Jan Vishwas, decriminalization, etc. But from a practitioner's perspective, what do you see? What is your diagnosis for the persistent underperformance of manufacturing in our country, and what can we do to solve that?
So I think this is a very important question, a very fundamental question, and is again pointed out that no country can miss manufacturing. And India, in its history, has had some strategic wins. And nation's history is defined essentially by the strategic wins and strategic blunders that it makes. Actually, everybody's, in our own lives, society, family, nations, they all die and live by the strategic mistakes and the strategic wins they have, not by the tactical gains and losses that they make. They are affordable. One of India's biggest strategic blunders has been that it allowed its manufacturing over the last 75 years to shift or to fall down from what would have been a healthy rate of about 25 to 26% of its GDP to as low as 14%. And that blunder happened over a period of time as India fooled itself into believing, or the Indian policymakers fooled itself to believing, that there was a fast way to transition out from agriculture to a service-based economy. Many nations, particularly China, latched onto that window that opened and built deep capacities and capabilities. Now in 2025, as we look forward, we realize the strategic blunder that we have made. And maybe we realized it about 10, 15 years ago. And as you said, now to fight back from that 14, 15% to the 20, 25% is going to cost us not a few decades, but maybe a couple of generations. And there is no winching away from this fact, that there is no other option. But if India has to be a Viksit Bharat and India has to look past 2047 as a strong nation, India must inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, claw back that manufacturing space. And it's not going to be easy because we are living in a tough environment. But this is the problem statement. Now, what are the factors that contribute to it? Many. And government has done well to try and bring about policy, direct changes. Actually, our government has done really well to even try and step in and actually build manufacturing by themselves. Make in India, heights of PSU, etc. But unfortunately, they will not get you from 17% to 25% unless the private sector in India gets involved in a big way in manufacturing. They are the only silver bullet we have. And unfortunately, as a practitioner, I can say that the operating environment in India is not conducive to the growth of the private sector in manufacturing. The cost of financing, the friction costs, the rent seeking, the design of the Indian state, all prohibit manufacturing, successful and large-scale manufacturing in India, and add to that the productivity of labor. Under these circumstances, it is very difficult to justify for an Indian entrepreneur to build large-scale manufacturing in this country. Those who do often do that and only regret to their own peril that the cost that they have done. And I have spoken to umpteen number of people. And, so many of them have started doing it outside India. That gives their businesses huge advantages, both in terms of foreign currency as well as less friction cost. I don't have an answer how we are going to solve it. I think this is not lost on the policy planners. I think it's going to be a uphill task, but it's a task that India will have to undertake. I think part of it lies in the government receding from manufacturing and initiatives like making these huge amounts of funds available, but then stimulating the private sector to really be the leaders in that, and then hoping that the rent seeking and the friction cost of the Indian state actually comes down. Maybe technology will help it. We've tried to change it. I don't think attitudinal changes work, at least in the time zone of decades and years. I think, the colonization has had such a debilitating effect on our society and the construction of our state that it will. I think maybe technology and the digitization probably offers us a solution to leapfrog this problem and go back to manufacturing. So yes, I mean, I unfortunately don't have one short answer to say what India could do, but I think the problem's there, and bright minds like this in these institutes must really practically understand what is wrong. And I think courses here must be dedicated to try and see how India can, in future, not study the problems of the past. We have enough research on that. How in the future, is the way the world is evolving, can we claw back in this country manufacturing from 15% to 25%? And by the way, that should be a strategic priority, not of the government of India, but of India, to go back to 25%.
Thank you, Shauraji. The theme of our discussion is economic sovereignty, and in a previous epoch of globalization, resilience and sovereignty as a virtue was losing to efficiency, and which is why you saw all of these interdependencies that were built, which are now being weaponized. And I think COVID as a common shock was really a rude wake-up call for countries around the world on the value of resilience and on the value of self-reliance in key critical technologies and critical areas. Even the Prime Minister gave the call for Atmanirbhar Bharat in the first wave of COVID, in the aftermath of the first wave of COVID. How did COVID shape the thinking of both India and other geographies on the value of economic sovereignty and the need to prioritize it over efficiency?
I think the world lives in cycles. And COVID only realized or made the world realize the end of one cycle and the beginning of a new cycle. An end of a cycle where there were disappearing walls in the world, to a cycle where new walls in the world are going to come up. And the world actually moves, but human mind and human societal mind doesn't look at history in such long phases to actually miss these cycles. If you read the literature and the press in 1912, 13, we were in a world where everybody said that the world's walls had collapsed. There was the telegram that had started. There was travelers' checks had started. You could wire money from New York to Hong Kong overnight. The Orient Express was moving. Steamships were moving. Everybody had said we are going to live in a world where trade and commerce and the world was going to be a global village. 1914, the First World War starts, and it is not as late as 1989, with the collapse of the Berlin Wall, that we actually see the world of walls coming down. And then from 1990, the world again starts in this new phase of the global world, etc. I recently visited Soviet Union, Russia 3-4 weeks ago, and it took an American citizen and a British citizen who were traveling with me 4 hours to clear their immigration. And some Russian actually pointed us out that this was exactly the norm of how the world was before 1991. So we are back in a world. So COVID was only a reminder to us that the future of this world is a world where we are going back in a world of walls. When we go back in a world of walls, then what happens? Then all that matters is what you have and how sovereign are you? How resilient are you? What can you do for your own self? You don't have friends, you don't have a village, you don't have a global community to rely on. So I think to the extent that COVID was just the inflection point, the marking point that the world has changed, and subsequent events that you see, and I think increasingly the subsequent events that you will see coming will only lead to what is now clearly visible as the trend for the future. Now, how long will this last? Last 10 years, 15 years, 25 years, we don't know. But India must now prepare for a world where walls are rapidly coming up, where friends and foes will be far more clearly defined, and where at the end of the day, economic sovereignty will be extremely critical to every nation and to India, like every nation in itself particularly.
Yeah, but like I said, it was a wake-up call not just for India, but for other geographies also. And so India is preparing for a world where walls are rising. And just as India, other countries are also preparing. So you see, both Trump and Biden spoke about the emphasis on buy American. EU is now talking about buy European. So how does India's strategy for economic sovereignty align with similar plays by other geographies?
So I think first is recognizing it and not letting and looking reality as it is and not wishing as it was. India's growth, if you follow like the Chinese model, would have exceedingly benefited if we lived in a global village. China and some of the other tiger economies of the East benefited from an open world where you could create prosperity through export markets. I mean, by and large, you create prosperity and wealth essentially either by colonizing or by exporting. Colonization is no longer an option, or actually it is an option, but it's coming in the reverse way to us, I think. We are not getting but the physical colonization or by exporting. Now both those windows have closed. So we have to first recognize this reality that this is not going to happen, or for us at least for the next coming few decades. Because as you rightly said, every nation has woken up to this. America has woken up and realized that it allowed China to benefit a lot because of its complacency. So it is clawing back the manufacturing and its economic sovereignty back to itself. European Union has realized that they are pretty much on their own, so they will do what they have to do. And that leaves India also where it is. So what does India do in this situation? I think the first thing, India recognizes the problem. Then India recognizes the fact that we are a huge market in ourselves. We don't need to rely purely on exports if we are going to be able to bring back our manufacturing. We now need to start thinking, what can we do to substitute every product that actually comes to us, and not through tariffs and not through protection. We tried that and it failed. And we said, but through competitiveness. How can we get India to produce for India in the first place? And I think if we put ourselves to this problem statement and we don't let ourselves be distracted by all the other noise, etc., and I personally think all these FTAs and all are very good. But the fundamental problem you will have to solve is the question is, can you try and produce for India? And India is a huge market. So we try and address this market, and I think that will bring resilience and that will bring sovereignty, and at least if not fully, of course we still have major issues. We have a substantial issue about our sovereignty with energy dependence. Among all the good statistics I gave you in 2014, when in 2014 this country depended on 75% of its energy imports from the world, is importing. The stated objective of the government in 2014 was to reduce it to 65%. 10 years later, we are at 85%. So, so we have some fundamental problems, but leaving that aside, the main issue is you need to bring back and you need to try and make for India, in India, as much as you can. And I think that might offer partial solution, if not, to how, in a world where everybody else will be doing the same.
I'm cognizant of time, and so I want to leave enough time for the audience to ask questions. So I'll have last two questions from my side. One on the role of frontier technologies in building economic sovereignty, and one on capital. And how do you balance our need for capital vis-a-vis our need for economic intervention? So on technological capabilities, I mean, you look at the building blocks of economic sovereignty and national security in the times to come is the capabilities you build in frontier technologies. We have the AI summit starting next week, and the other sort of big building block of technological capabilities and economic sovereignty is critical minerals. You saw so many initiatives launched by the government in the last 1 year. We had the National Critical Minerals Mission. We announced Rare Earths Corridor in this budget. We are doing critical mineral partnerships with our like-minded countries. How should we think about building national capabilities in frontier technologies generally? And as a subset of that, what's the role of critical minerals in building India's economic sovereignty?
So I think this is a very important question, because I think this question isn't debated and discussed in India with the urgency that is needed. I think just like the Industrial Revolution in the 1700s in the United Kingdom in the West led to 250 years of colonization of the world post that. We are today in a world where AI and technology and critical minerals is preparing the world for a new wave of colonization that is coming. And unfortunately, in this world order, as we stand today in 2025 or 2026, there are only two big colonizing powers that are getting ready to fight this colonization battle, which is United States and China. And the 198 nations in the world are watching what it looks will be an increasingly prejudged outcome of this battle, which will be the 198 nations will be colonized by those two countries. It only depends on who will be colonized by whom and to what extent. And colonization, essentially, as I was explaining to your car, fundamentally means sucking out the resources from the colonized nation, from the peripheries to the center. So if that happened through physical means, through armies, etc., and led to slavery of a kind for 250 years, you are going to see a worse manifestation of that in the next 100, 200 years with the rate at which technologies, power of technology is migrating, and the differential of technology between these two countries and the rest of the world. Now, this is a situation where I think India should really be, and India, because India was a highly colonized nation, not just for 250 years, 1,000 years of colonization. So the pain of colonization for India is not remote or is not theoretical. It's deeply felt. I think this is something that India and India's policy planners and India's strategicians must really be thinking on a mission mode. Not so much on a tactical and, because, whether you lose by one goal or you lose by 100 goals, it doesn't matter. There in these battles, there is no partial winning. Either you are colonized or you become a colonizer. There is no middle way around. They say, no, we tried, but we failed. Then you might as well sleep, because what's the point of bringing the ball to the D and not scoring? Today, in China and the US, the quantum of money that they are throwing at this is of a scale which is unprecedented. In the last 10 years, just if I give you the numbers, it is mind. US has thrown at this about $500 to $600 billion, of which about $150 billion has come from the private sector, and US is now planning to double that number from what it was spending over a decade to every year on AI and technologies, frontier technologies. China comparatively throws about half of that, about 150 to 200 odd billion dollars, of which about principally comes in from the government sector. Compare that to 10 to 11 billion dollars that India is throwing at it. Even with all these 1 lakh crore and 2 lakh crores initiatives, these are like 10 into, I don't blame, that's all we have. But we have $600 billion of foreign reserves lying. What will those be useful for when we are going to lose this battle today? 10 billion is not enough to protect against an enemy, an adversary that is throwing $600 billion, that has the MITs and the Stanfords of the world, that has the technologies, the bright brains coming. India must rise to this occasion, I think, with a urgency and a scale and speed. If not defeat it, must create enough barriers that this does not become a walkover. And we have done it in the past. In the past, India used nuclear deterrence against bigger adversaries to make the cost of colonization, physical colonization of India, so prohibitively expensive. We could not, even if we would not have won a war against China, but China could not defeat a colonizer. So we created barriers, such barriers of entry for them, even with lesser resources, that prohibited them to do physical colonization of us. Can we think of doing that with technology, with limited resources that we have, with the bright minds that we have, with our institutes that we have, on a mission mode? And I think that is where I think this is going to be the biggest challenge for India's sovereignty. So I think the jury on this is out. Personally, I don't think that, despite all the statements that we make, I think it's a fair fight. I'm not saying India is not in the fight. So we are not like the 198 other nations that are just sitting and going to watch this inevitable movie play out. We are going to put up a fight. I think we have woken up to that. We're bracing up, and once India braces up for a fight, India is not a walkover nation. we have as Churchill used to say, by Jove, we don't like to fight, but by luck, if we have to, we've got the guns, we've got the men, and we have the courage to. So we have the courage, we have the people, we have the brains. I think now is just the question, that as a country, can we rise to this? As Shamika was telling, rather than doing this small, should I get a job, should I get, all these things, can the best brains of this country, in science, in economics, in social, come up with solutions that can actually, as you mentioned, lead us to breakthrough technologies, because incremental is not going to cut it for us now.
I think that's a great. I think it's a great segue to the last question I had, because you've been a practitioner, you have close to 3 decades of experience in investment banking, on how do we balance our instinct for sovereignty, especially economic sovereignty, with our need for foreign capital to build these capabilities, whether it's in infrastructure, whether it's in technology, frontier technologies, whether it is in skilling, urbanization. All of this needs capital that we don't have the ability to generate within the country. We need foreign capital. So how do you balance both these equally important prerogatives?
I think this whole foreign capital is also now First, foreign capital is not going to come too much. So we can stop measuring this whole, at least for the next foreseeable future, this whole FDI index and how much FDI, etc. As I said, you yourself are saying, everybody is sucking capital into their own country. They want to build their own capacity. So why will anybody go out and try to build it in your country? But today our own domestic savings, the rate at which we are growing, the rate at which we are not even to use our own domestic savings, our own companies are not investing. Our own companies are not investing in manufacturing. Why should we expect foreigners to come and invest in? Why are we tracking this making? What we should be thinking is, why is our own domestic saving, why is our own capital not going to building productive private sector assets into this country? I think that is where we should be focusing on reviewing the bottlenecks, rather than trying to run around global capitals and trying to attract foreign capital, because that's fighting against a trend. You don't, and if you had sorted out, you had said, okay, we have exploited all the domestic capital in the country. That in itself is already fully maxed out. Now we need foreign capital. That was a pertinent question to ask. I think today India's growth barrier to the constraint on India's growth is not the lack of foreign capital, is the lack of India's own capital to being directed towards productive capacity. And if India is really short on that capital, as I said, India has enough global savings. Rather, I don't understand why we leave those $600 billion at 2.5% with US treasuries, and why we are not deploying it in our own country for generating our own productive. What day are we waiting for that day when we will bring that money here and calamity, etc. I don't think if we ever need it, it will be available also. But that's a separate point. So yes, so my answer to your question is that I think the capital is not the constraint today. As a practitioner, I feel for opportunities are converting that capital into productive output is still remains a challenge.
On that provocative note, let's open this up to the house. Any questions you have? I can't see, I think so maybe we can change the lights. Yes, now it's better. So if you have questions, raise your hand and the mic will come to you. Yes, I can see someone in the middle row. Just introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Shri Vritti Vyas. So, sir, since we are talking about economic sovereignty and development, I just wanted to ask, be it in the budget or be it otherwise, we see that there is a lot of investment in infrastructure development, but we don't see how this is going to convert. For example, we are seeing the example of Chinese development models, but they have failed in the sense that the climatic situations that they are facing and the resource depletion that they are facing, that is a major concern they are facing, and they are working upon it now. So why are not we learning from that currently and framing our policies around that?
No, I think we are I don't think we are not learning from that. We are learning from that. As I mentioned to you, we built so much of power capacity in the last 10 years, but 1/3 of that we built in renewables, because we know we can't import fossil fuels, or we can't keep cutting through mountains, etc. So we are doing wind, we are doing solar. So we are doing, but at the same time, I think we have to build the infrastructure, because if you don't build the infrastructure, if you don't have power, you don't have roads, how will you run your data centers? How will you run your factories? How will you ship your goods? So I think it's a balance between building out physical infrastructure, and also I think unlike the Chinese, we have, I think, have been far more balanced in the way we ate, just because in our country the systems are also like that. We have economic, environmental impact, we look at the projects, we look at it, there are various guidelines and laws from the Supreme Court onwards, when how you have to dovetail your infrastructure or build out in this country with maintaining the environmental standards. So I would not agree that India is not. I think India already has. Actually, India probably some would argue as too futuristic, too conservative policies, but in terms of environment. But I think by and large we are okay. Now, of course, we have some other problems that I understand, but they are not linked to necessarily to our rapid industrialization.
We
Hello,
have time
sir.
for two more questions. So you, and then we'll take one last question.
Hello, sir. My name is Ruturaj. As you rightly pointed, we need barriers for technological advancement. And as we can see, the AI has been consumed left, right, and center because of freely available with the telecoms, and that is going to affect the general trade because people are directly trusting it. And one way I was thinking is the government is looking at it as having a digital taxes against them, but that is just used as a negotiation for the trades. So, and Data Protection Act is still not finalized. So what else we can do as a barrier?
I'm not an expert on that, but I would have thought that, if data is the new fuel, and all your data that we are using is going to feed into the LLM models and make their models wiser, everything that we do today goes somewhere else and makes their productive capacity better, then I think the first thing we should be doing is to try and build our own LLM models. I mean, 20% of humanity is sitting in with all these institutes. We don't have a single LLM of our own. So the first thing we should do is to try, like the Chinese have, restricted their flow of their information out to their adversaries. The first thing should have been that as a national mission, we should try and build our own AI so that we are able to hold back this information. Not through put tax and all that, that will not cut, but make our own models which are big, that we actually are able to retain some of this data here in itself.
One last question.
Thank you. I observed that you talked a lot about countries focusing rather on their own profit, about their own output, and as I also understood is that there are a lot of technologies needed in energy production and so on, and also still a lot of FDI is needed. So I think, as I understood it, also that the free trade agreement with the European Commission was a step in rather building a partnership than focusing on their own profit. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on how you observe the FDI with the EU, and if you think that is rather focusing on own profits, or is it maybe really a partnership with India?
No, I think it is absolutely a partnership, and I think in the real world there are no black and whites. There is no there are windows where nations will still participate, nations will still work, which is to mutual benefit. So our FTA agreements with the European Union, or now with the United States, or with any other country, are based upon mutual dependence, and both sides will try and see what is the best that they can achieve. But there are limits to that. There are limits to that, as should be, as we expect United States or European Union also to have limits to that. The core resilience, the core technologies, the core supply chains must and will migrate to each sovereign nation of their own, and it is the responsibility of every sovereign nation to maintain the resilience and the independence of their critical supply chains. Now, how each one does that in partnership with the others will evolve over time. So I think these FTAs that India is doing is very good. India must use these windows, as those nations will be using these windows to build their own sovereignty and resilience, and not to run these FTA agreements at the cost of building our own sovereignty of our own what I'd say our own critical supply chains, because I think everybody else in the world is going to do that.
Just a note of caution on FTAs. FTAs are means to an end. The end is how do you become a greater part of global value chains and supply chains. We should not confuse means with ends. Does China have an FTA with India? Does China have an FTA with EU? Does China have an FTA with America? No. And yet look at what a critical part of each of these geographies' supply chains it is. Because it comes down to effectiveness, efficiency, what Shauryaji was talking about. So FTAs is means to an end. The larger objective which we should always focus on as policymakers, as practitioners, is how do we become so efficient that we are a greater part of global value chains and supply chains. Let's not confuse means with ends. Right? So on that note, let's call an end to this session. We've run out of time. Thank you for this opportunity. I hand back to the organizers.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking session. Your ideas on the opportunities, hurdles, as well as milestones on our journey towards Viksit Bharat gave us a new perspective. With that, we'll move on to the next session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Monsaj, and joining me is Anjali. We will be your host for the rest of the day. As the conversations unfold this evening, we move from questions of growth within India to the forces that shape India's choices beyond its borders.
Because in today's world, domestic prosperity is inseparable from global power equations.
Trade was once about efficiency. Today, it is about leverage.
Supply chains are being redrawn, technologies are being fenced, and tariffs have become tools of strategy rather than policy. As someone has rightly put it, all diplomacy is continuation of war by other means.
In this emerging global order, economic decisions no longer sit apart from diplomacy or security. They define them.
To unpack this hard-edged reality, we bring together two voices who understand power, both from the lens of strategy and the corridors of statecraft, with the session being guided by Professor Kedar Nayak.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Sri Gautam Chikarmane and Sri Gautam Bambawale over to the dais. I now invite Dr. Atreya Singh Chakraborty to come forward and felicitate Sri Gautam Chikarmane with a memento. And Dr. K.S. Reddy to felicitate Sri Gautam Bambawale. Our first speaker, Sri Gautam Chikarmane, is Vice President at the Observer Research Foundation, New Delhi, and one of India's leading thinkers on grand strategy, economics, and foreign policy. An author, editor, and public intellectual, his works including Reform Nation, Tunnel of Varanavad, and India 2030 The rise of a Rajnik nation have shaped contemporary debates on India's strategic posture. His recent work, India's Grand Strategy, offers a civilizational lens to understand how nations compete, cooperate, and confront in a fractured world.
Joining him is Sri Gautam Bambavle, a distinguished former IFS officer and one of India's foremost experts on China and East Asia. Over a diplomatic career spanning Beijing, Washington, D.C., Berlin, Hong Kong, and New Delhi, he has served at the very front lines of India's engagement with the global powers. From shaping India's East Asia policy at the Ministry of External Affairs to serving as High Commissioner to Pakistan during a sensitive phase in bilateral relations, his expertise bridges diplomacy, security, and economic engagement.
Guiding this conversation is someone who seamlessly bridges academic depth with institutional responsibility. He currently serves as the Officer on Special Duty to the Vice Chancellor at the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. As an Assistant Professor of Geopolitics, his work explores power, strategy, and the evolving dynamics of the global order. He has also played a key role in training intelligence and security professionals, bringing real-world perspectives to complex debates. With experience mentoring civil services aspirants and shaping public discourse through writing and media engagement, he brings rigor, nuance, and balance to this discussion.
Together, they will examine how tariff regimes, technology controls, and strategic competition are reshaping the global economic architecture and what this means for India's choices ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our moderator for this panel, Professor Kedar Naik.
Okay, so first things first. Turning and turning into widening gyre. Falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things are falling apart, the center cannot hold. A maddening anarchy is loosening upon the world. W.B. Yeats wrote these lines in 1921. And nowadays it has become a rule to start any geopolitics book with these words. It was not altogether a different context. But Bob Kaplan, writing in 90s, warned us about the incoming anarchy. And so they said that the geography has always determined the future of international relations, or it has been very much part of international politics. The anomaly was between 1940 and 1990, where the America-led global order changed the things. Now we are looking at the world where supply chains are replacing the allies, the tariffs are replacing the treaties, and then now we have the new Iron Curtain, which is of the tech barriers. So my first question to both of you will be, are tariff wars and tech walls tactical disruptions or structural features to the coming world order?
Each of us was pointing at the other so that he would go first. I mean, the other could go first. But Kedar, in answer to your question, let me sorry about that. In technology. In answer to your question. Thank you. Sorry about that. In answer to your question, perhaps what I should start by saying, and you hinted at it, is that the kind of international political scene that we are seeing today, in today's world, is very, very special. A lot of people, and including you in your quotation, have tried to ask and have tried to hint at the kind of turmoil and chaos that there is in international politics and international economics today. Now, the question that everyone asks is, why is this so? The answer to that is actually very, very simple. Since 1945, as you rightly said, we were in a world where there was one major power. There was a second power, the Soviet Union, but that collapsed in between. And there was one big power, the United States of America, which sort of ruled the waves. Unfortunately, today, we find that there are other countries, particularly China, which are now becoming bigger have a huge amount of clout and power. And because of that, the world of today is characterized by competition between the two major powers of the world, namely the United States on the one hand and China on the other. And when you have two superpowers, two major powers competing with each other, you have the kind of topsy-turvy world that we have today. And it is when international politics is of this kind that you find that economics is leveraged in order to try to get some kind of footing in the political sphere. So the use of technology, the CHIPS Act that the United States has been using against China, the use of rare earths by the Chinese against the US and the rest of the world, all these kind of developments are actually, they emanate from the political competition that exists in today's world between the two major powers, the United States on the one hand and China on the other. As far as this competition is concerned, we have just started. So that's the bad news. This competition is just about 10 years old. The way I see it, it is going to stretch on for another 3 to 4 decades before a winner will emanate from this competition. So at least for the next 25, 30, 35, maybe even 40 years, we're going to see this turmoil in geopolitics, and it also means that there will be turmoil and chaos in geoeconomics. The use of technology, the use of tariffs, the use of trade to get leverage against the other country is something that we are going to see over the next few decades. So that's the bad news, and I'll stop there.
So I think these are, as he's already, you've taken the steam out of my arguments. But anyway, I'll see how I can rectify it. I think until yesterday, we were looking for trusted partners. In our recent past, we have seen China accelerate the weaponization of technology, trade, supply chains, ruthlessly. For instance, Huawei using technology to infiltrate the data in 5G equipment, etc. After Donald Trump has come, again, America has shifted gear, and he's now weaponizing tariffs and trade and trying to use power, brute force of power to push to small countries, countries that don't even have a GDP of $2 billion with high tariffs. So effectively, what was becoming an open world is now turning into a world full of uncertainty. The whole idea of seeking trusted partners, the way India was seeking America out or working with Europe, it's now over. Each country is for itself. In this dynamic, when you look at trade, I think trade becomes the biggest victim of great power. So great power, let me articulate it for India. I think the two great powers of today, China and America, are forcing India to become a great power. We are being forced to invest more in defense. We are being forced to strengthen strategic alliances. We are being forced to do what we can to create an alternative supply chain for our people. And from 1947 to 2025, we had two hostile powers next to us. One was China, the other is a terrorist state of Pakistan. And therefore, we were quite robust. Now imagine Europe. If an ally, if the US is going to treat its own ally in the manner that it is treating around trade and tariffs, what scope does a country like India or any other country have? So I think now it's each country for itself. It's good that we had China and Pakistan as hostile entities next to us for the past few decades, in which case we have built our defense infrastructure, which Europe couldn't. And now I think we're going to build that further. What I see is that we may continue to have these trade, free trade agreements and so on, and we should celebrate them. There is no denying that. It's a good alternative to to a closing world. But we need to calibrate our celebrations as well. I think the EU trade, which we celebrated with so much pomp, still has 6 more steps to go. It has to be translated into all the countries' languages in EU. Those countries have to vote. They have to come to the European Council. They have to go to the European Parliament. And once they ratify, that draft has to come back to India. India has to okay it. So I think these are all good starts. But finally, we have to manage power. And I think India has begun to do that. Late, but definitely it's very much now a priority.
Thank you. Now you have taken steam out of my next question, but I'll still go ahead. So you have argued, Mr. Chikkamane, so that economic policy must be seen as grand strategy. And are tariffs now replacing military alliances as instruments of coercion?
No. Tariffs are just an extension of your strength. When I talk about grand strategy, I don't mean just military or strategic affairs. In grand strategy, how I define it is that we need to look at the whole of state approach to increasing our country, increasing the prosperity of our nation, strengthening it. What I'm saying is that we need to grow economically, we need to grow militarily, we need to grow technologically, culturally. And that is something that we are beginning to see rise. What I'm not seeing is a well-articulated grand strategy in terms of a direction that this is where we want to go. Other than Vikasit Bharat, I don't have anything to hold on to say that India has a grand strategy. As a result, we are now in the crossfire of grand strategies of China. We are in the China, USA, and the Russian Federation. These 3 are countries that have a solid grand strategy. Among smaller ones, maybe you can add Israel. But India is now caught up within the grand strategies of these 3 nations, who are very clear about where they want to go, how they want to go, and the means that they need to get there. But India needs to devise that articulation, which for a start could simply mean ending the silo structure of how government works and working in unison. So the trade deals is one small first drop that I have seen where the External Affairs, the Prime Minister's Office, and the Commerce Ministry have worked together.
Do you think that we have missed the sweet spot of liberal institutional free trade order which existed from 1990s at least till 2015, which provided significant tailwinds to China and East Asia's growth?
I think the world has definitely become more suspicious and hostile. So we may not have that kind of hand-holding that, for instance, China got. But when I look within, and this is an economics college, so the first thing we are taught in economics is constraints and reaching the higher indifference curve within the constraints that define us. So within the constraints of this structure that you just mentioned, where it's becoming more hostile, more difficult, less friendly, what we have as an asset is one of the largest, in fact, the largest consumption class. As prosperity rises, our consumers will spend more. So maybe a nice balance between an inward-looking serving, which means replacing Chinese goods with Indian ones, and being good enough for the world. So when the Swadeshi, for instance, is a good model. But Swadeshi just does not mean getting rid of everything foreign. It means competing and creating an alternative market, alternative products that are good, that can go travel the world. And I think Indian manufacturing should be coming there. I don't see it yet. Public infrastructure is doing very well, UPI for instance, but I think give it 5-6 years and I see that we should be there. So I think an economic introspection is a crucial part of this grand strategy.
Thank you. So my next question is to Mr. Ambassador. So you have warned about the weaponization of supply chains. Is decoupling from China strategic realism or economic self-harm? And in continuation of the same, so do we see the Chungko syndrome, that is the Middle Kingdom syndrome, in China's technical foreign policy also?
No, that's an excellent question because as you all know and we all know that China is the factory of the world. So almost every supply chain of any commodity, you can find a little bit of it in China. So trying to decouple ourselves completely from China, it will be madness, will actually be impractical. But as my namesake Gautam Chikarmane just said, there are certain very strategic commodities or certain very strategic products where we need to have an independence in our supply chains, and where the supply chain should run through countries which are dependable, reliable. These are all words which are spoken about today. So, for example, I can just give you one example, but there are many such examples. But where pharmaceuticals are concerned, we are totally dependent on our imports of active pharmaceutical ingredients from China. 70% of our imports of APIs come from China. And that means that we are far too dependent on China where pharmaceuticals are concerned. And it would be essential for India over the next few years, and we are moving at this, we are targeting it, we are actually working in this direction. We are going to reduce our dependence on imported APIs from China. This is just one example. Last year, we saw what China could do with its rare earth magnets. And when there was they put into place export controls on rare earth magnets, India's industries, whether it was electrical vehicles, whether it was electronics, were all impacted very negatively. So we need to, these are certain critical areas where India needs to have Atmanirbharta in the sense of having reliable supply chains from running through countries which are dependable partners, and therefore we have to reduce our dependence and our import dependence on China. So definitely we need to pick and choose certain areas where we need to reduce this import dependence on China. But there could be other areas where there are also alternate suppliers apart from China where we could continue to buy from China. So in answer to your question, I would say that we cannot completely cut out China, but we would have to be very strategic in our approach. We are beginning to see this kind of strategic approach. And I think it is very, very important for India at this point of time in this world that we have all just described to all of you, and which all of you know. What is the approach that India should use? This is something which Deng Xiaoping said about China in the 1980s, but it is applicable to India today, which is we need to hide our strength and bide our time. But while hiding our strength and biding our time, we should do everything that we just discussed of improving our productivity, of improving production, of improving agriculture, of getting better technology, and so on and so forth. But I would say that we have the next 10 years in which to do this, maybe less, maybe 7 or 8, but we need to focus on that laser sharp as a nation. Not merely government, but also the people of India need to work at that very, very in a focused manner, and we need to work at it very quickly.
Can I just add, just 2 points, Gautamji? The list of products, industries, or services that are now termed strategic has expanded in multiples. There was a time when defense or atomic energy or maybe finance to a little bit level and technology were considered strategic. Today, everything has become strategic, and therefore, a country like India needs to build many more and far more resilient supply chains than just the older paradigm of what constituted strategic. Shamika, in her previous talk here, was mentioning, why do we need to import pencils, rubbers, sharpeners, stationery, and so on? So if everything is becoming strategic, I think we need to rethink the way how we define strategy itself. Earlier, I would say that 5G equipment is strategic, but teddy bears are not. But I'm not sure anymore. And the second part is we cannot follow the Chinese model, in my opinion, given the noisy politics of India. I think if you sit down and bide your time, you are pointed out as a coward, as a weak government, as a weak politics. I think that the domestic politics needs to be in consonance with where we want to go. At the moment, I don't think it is. And China didn't have this problem. So we cannot keep shut. We need to keep showing our muscles. Look, we've done this. Look, we've done that. This trade deal has happened, and that defense deal has happened, and we are doing a make in India here and there. We'll have to. It's an opinion, where we need to keep celebrating these things to keep our democracy going.
No, let me then come back to it, because he's sort of put a spin and I must hit the ball for 6. So I'm going to take it on. Look, when you do the kind of muscle flexing, and we have to build up our muscles, there's no doubt about that. I think all of us really have, pointed to that, and there is no gainsaying that fact. But if you start showing your muscles too early, you will get cut down to size. And I'll give you just one example. Unfortunately, and I will say it, in my view, this was very unfortunate, people in India started talking about India as a Vishwa Guru. I wish we had not done that. We should have taken it a little slow. Vishwamitra, which is now being spoken about, is more appropriate. We are Vishwamitra. It is in line with our policy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. But talking about Vishwa Guru was, I think, far too early. Maybe you could have spoken about it 10 years from now, but having done it in the last few years, and we are all aware of this development, I think that was the wrong thing to do. We should have been more diplomatic about it. I would not be less diplomatic about these things, because if you put your head up in this kind of situation, you're likely to get it chopped off.
I guess we did that, Sri Aurobindo did that in 1890s and so on. But anyways, let's not get into history. As you mentioned, I read a book by Peter McGee, and then Apple in China. And then what Shauryaji was saying, like, we just feel how marginal we are in this game. As you mentioned, the CHIPS Act, which was going to invest like $42 billion over the 3 years by Biden administration. And then, like Peter McGee factually shows that Apple has invested around $80 to $90 billion per year for over a decade. So how can state match the capacity of this large multinational corporations? And the second thing, so the liberal order started talking about disaggregated state. So the interest of the Silicon Valley or the interest of the Texas manufacturing will be different from the American state. And now, when we are looking through the tariff point of view, we see like significant aggregation of the state, and the state is prevailing over those corporations. So how do you look at this dynamic, and how should India use those multinational corporations more and more to serve its grand strategy?
No, the way I see it is that when we talk about market economies, it is not completely market. There is also a certain amount of state intervention. You see that not just in China, but you see it in the United States too. And I think we are now, we had gone to the extent where we were leaving everything to the market, to private enterprise, to private entrepreneurs. But they definitely need signals from the government of the direction in which they need to move. And we are beginning to see that now in government policy, especially, whether you look at APIs, as I was saying, or whether you look at semiconductors and so on and so forth. So I'm happy that the government is putting its is backing what it says by providing assistance, help, and indicating the direction in which companies should move, in which industry should move. One last comment in answer to your question is that, recently I looked at the IMF statistics of GDP, but based on PPP terms, so purchasing power parity terms. And at the end of 2025, the number one country whose GDP was the largest in PPP terms was, of course, China, with $40 trillion. Number two was the United States with $30-odd trillion. But if you look down that list, number three was India with $17 trillion, and fourth was Russia with $7 trillion. So in this game or in this situation that we find ourselves in, with the two major powers, namely China and the United States, competing with each other, there is an India factor, and India needs to be doing a little more just as Mr. Chikarmane said, Professor Chikarmane said, that India needs to be doing more to play its role in international politics and international economics. So I feel that there is a huge potential for India to take on this role, and we are beginning to do it. And I'm confident that the way to go is to, I have great confidence in the resourcefulness of the people of India. So government policy should be aimed at giving free rein to the creative energies of the people of India. And if that happens, India will grow not at 6 and 7% per annum, but 9 and 10% per annum.
I'll just take that. I think this whole thing about government doing things, giving us some form of security, is now being questioned. On the one side, we say that government is inefficient. Okay? It should not be in the business of hotels. It should not be in the business of watches. At HMT, it ended. It should not be in banking. On the other, we are saying that private sector has not done its bit, hence government should come into it. So there is a philosophical contradiction which I often experience. This is nothing to do with you, Gautamji. This is how I'm seeing how the evolution of how we see government, the role of government. Now, China finances its private entities. Those entities go and do stuff. Somehow, and as Indians, even in the most sensitive and most strategic industry, which is defense, we are comfortable importing from a private entrepreneur of USA or Europe, but we look at with suspicion at our own entrepreneurs. Now, this has been the paradigm for the first, I would say, 65 to 70 years since India's independence. Over the past decade, gradually I'm noticing, and not only in terms of words, but also through policy actions, I'm noticing a change in the in using economics as part of a strategic, as a strategic force in the government increasingly undoing all the wrong that had been done in the first 50 or 70 years. For instance, in compliances, in deregulation, in digitalization. So the government is trying to encourage, I think the final point is that there are no jobs without the private sector. So if you're going to continue to harass the private sector will say, okay, they will go on strike. And they say, okay, bye-bye. I will just invest in the stock market and get my 15% CAGR and be cool with it. Like these family offices are doing. The third and fourth generation of the wealthiest families of India are doing, they're not creating anything. They're just building family offices, many of them in Pune. So when those entrepreneurs withdraw or go on strike, India loses. Government cannot fill that vacuum. So what India is doing is the right thing, which is, so between democracy and capitalism is a thing called regulation. Over the past 50 years, regulation had expanded, not only in India, in European Union. It's a classic case of excess hyper-regulation. And now India is changing that, and I think this velocity of this change has increased over the past 2-3 years. The labor codes are in place. The Jan Vishwas Part 1 is out, Part 2 is under debate, Part 3 is being conceptualized. So I think the government is coming back, and in a very well-balanced, it's creating a good balance of regulatory frameworks to ensure that consumers are protected, but giving entrepreneurs the freedom to fly. And therefore this rise in startups that many of the students here, I hope, will grab at.
Last question before we go to audience. So Marshall McLuhan, in his conceptualization of global village, had proclaimed the death of geography as if it didn't matter. But now geography is not only history, as Napoleon would point out to say. Geography is also future. And that future of geography is more explicit when it comes to climate change. So most of the literature on climate change is influenced by all loss game, in which everyone loses. But then Russia and China, as Parag Khanna has demonstrated, they are actually counting on the geopolitical bonanza they might get out of the climate change. So how do you look at the geography and the future of climate change through geopolitical point of view?
I really don't know if I can answer that question, but let me tell you what my ideas are and then hand over to Mr. Chikarmani. In my opinion, and unlike Trump, climate change is a fact of life. We're seeing it every day. I think wherever you stay in India, whether it's Delhi, whether it's Pune, whether it's somewhere in the south, you definitely are impacted by climate change. There is very little doubt that climate change can only be tackled by all countries, the entire globe, the entire world working together. Unfortunately, the situation is such, international politics is in such a state that it looks very difficult for everyone to work together in one direction where climate change is concerned. So I don't know what's going to happen as we move ahead. I only imagine that climate change will get even more severe as we move ahead. Individual countries will have to tackle their own little problems, but the globe as a whole, it looks increasingly difficult to get a solution in the kind of international situation or the situation of international politics today.
I think narrative economics has played a big role in defining or articulating what climate change is. And I find that climate change, the undergirding of climate change is rare earths. And if we are dependent upon, let's say, West Asia or Russia for oil today, we will be dependent on China for rare earths tomorrow, and in order to have those solar panels and many other things. And therefore, this new drive that on critical minerals, I hope it works out. So I think what the climate change may be, and by the way, the technologies are built by Netherlands and Europe. So we will end up becoming a net importer of something which is of strategic importance, and with the whole world pointing fingers at us that we are pollutants, we are using coal, etc. By the way, Germany has decided to use coal. France is going back to nuclear, and India should go back there too. So I think that the geopolitics is infringing into the clear. There was a path towards clean air, and there was a path of open supply chains, etc. Now we have realized 2025 was the year that we realized nothing is permanent, and therefore this whole climate change part has become a strategic affair. And India is a very vulnerable country on those parts. There was a first part to your question. What was that? Your question was in two parts.
So geography.
Geography part, yeah. Yes, I just slipped it. I think, sir, geography now resides here. In a digital first world, I think I know, and everyone over here would know what the latest outburst of Donald J. Trump is before many people in America would know. Okay? And our interest in that latest tweet or latest outburst, we would know it much before. Our stakes in America, America's stakes in India, I think technology seems to have created a geography in our own heads here. And we feel, we'll go here and now America's doors are closed, we will now go to Europe to study further, etc., etc. So I think this whole, Samir Saran, my colleague, he's the president of ORF, has written a fascinating book, Techno Geography, yeah. I think that the word is different. It's a difficult word. So where he has explored very beautifully how technology and geography are intersecting with each other. And in a digital first world, we are actually seeing that happen. The rifts are increasing. The interests are converging faster as well. So I think this geography, limiting geography today in the 21st century only to borders is good, and we must protect our borders. But I think all of us here are in our minds, because of technology, already global citizens. We may not have the visas to go there and do stuff there or import things here, but in our minds we are already global citizens. We have the best papers at our disposal. We have the best technologies, the world's best products right here, right now. And this is across every country. So I think geography combined with digital has really reshaped the way we look at the subject For instance, even within physical geography, marine geography is gaining far more importance over the next decade, as you would agree. The Indian Ocean region for us is going to be of far more importance than our northern borders. So I think the texture of geography is also changing.
So, should we open for audience? One quick question that I'll like to the students will ask. There are many geopolitics students are there. You represent Indian Foreign Service. You represent the leading think tank of foreign policy in India. And many students might be considering different options. What are your suggestions for their future?
Definitely the Indian Foreign Service. By far ahead of any other service in India. Also rising in importance. I was lucky that 40 years ago I decided to learn Chinese. I didn't want to do French or German or any of those things. I learned Chinese. Even today, 45 years later, it's a great asset and which can be monetized. So thank you.
Your counterweight?
I think you have to follow your swabhav and then accordingly a swadharma. He's a kshatriya. So he is naturally born to do things. Unlike me, who prefers to be behind the scene and just quietly write a few things or speak a few ideas. But I think if you are able to join scholarship with action, you will be a superman or a superwoman tomorrow.
Wow. Yes. So questions from audience, if any? Yes, Nupur, go ahead.
Good evening to the panel. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude for such a stimulating session. My name is Nupur Singh. I am from MSc Economics, Geopolitics student. So, sir, as we talked about regulation...
Can I just interrupt?
Yes, sir.
In Masters in Economics, you are teaching geopolitics?
They have specialization, Masters in Economics, Geopolitics and Geoeconomics.
Fantastic, fantastic. Then that's the future.
Yes.
You're in the right class.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Said that we talked about regulation that you mentioned, that between democracy and the capital market there comes the regulation that we talked about. And given what I have read about your work, you always emphasize on Quad potential. Right? So my question frames that how Quad can actually potentialize its capabilities given China +1 strategy. And we know historically speaking, the world comes and is attracted to a cheaper cost in the larger scale. But this comes with the cost that private motive is profit making, and then hence to assimilate our own interest in that, we are dependent on permanent government subsidies. So what is the arbitrage or the loophole which we should recognize and work upon to bridge this gap?
You know, I got lost at the Quad bit. Could you just repeat the question?
So I'm talking about how Quad can actually use its potential against China attractions of market.
I think for the next 12 months, Quad is dead. I don't know if you agree with me. So I think let that be aside. And bilaterals are the new multilaterals or minilaterals. So I think you need to pause for a moment and let data come in, as we are. As certainly I am. I don't know about Gautamji. I'm certainly on a very... We are literally dancing on tectonic plates. And every moment something new is happening, something is changing. To reach an academic conclusion at this point would be dangerous. So I would refrain from answering that question. But for the next 12 months, Quad is dead.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, sir.
On this side.
Thank you so much, the panelists, for a wonderful session. I am Assistant Professor Kedar Kulkarni from Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University. I have two questions, quick questions. Either of you can answer them. When we talk about tech barriers and tech power, India is always trying to emulate or trying to catch up. What are those tech frontiers where India can really dominate in the coming years? That is my question number one. UPI is basically a mix and match of all technologies, and we have done it better than other countries at a cheaper rate. So that we can boast of. But it is not a completely homegrown idea. It is a mix. Second question is about China +1 strategy. We are doing our best to ensure Atmanirbharta in many chains, yet our dependence on China continues to rise. So how do we tackle these two factors are my questions. Thank you so much.
So I think in terms of technology governance, today there are three models in place. One is the China model, authoritarian. One is the US model, pro-capitalist. The third is the European model, that you create a model before you let the industry get born. Okay? There is a fourth model, which India, even though if it is growing, it is moving slowly, is gradually coming up. Just to give you context, I read a recent paper where 236 AI documents published by government institutions, multilateral agencies, etc., were analyzed. And they came to certain conclusions. Guess how many were from India? One, from Niti Aayog. So, but I think that's a start, and it has to be different. We will have to create our own model. You may, okay, so we all use Microsoft products, we all use Apple products, fine, I take that. But I think now there is Zoho. Things are beginning to change and gradually products are coming. And I think sooner rather than later, India will have to design its own, in this case, just AI, to give you one example, AI architecture of its own, which will be bottom up. We are, despite being the world's fourth largest economy or third largest in PPP terms, like Gautamji said, we are still a very poor country. Our per capita income is less than $3,000, or you can say 9,000 or 10, around 10,500 based on PPP. We are still a very poor country. We cannot have a regulatory infrastructure based on countries like China or even an amalgamation. Taking, let's say, you copy paste the best things from there, of China, America, and Europe. It has to be homegrown, it has to be our own. And I think scholars like yourselves, and for me, people like us, I think it's our responsibility to create that, and for the government to listen to it. And I think over the next 3, 4, 5 years, you're going to see new models, you can critique them, but there will be new models coming in AI governance from India, for India, for the Indian country. You can say for the global South. I would put it that way.
Any more questions? Oh. Yes, sir. Shreyas.
To take Shamishka's point, we need more women in this geopolitical room. We'd like to prefer more women raising their hands.
Good evening, sir. Excellent discussion, sir. I'm another student of geopolitics here at Gokhale Institute. My question is regarding the recent Defense Acquisition Council's approval of 114 Rafales that has happened recently. And that particular deal, we have our adversary on the north. We have China with a 5th gen fighter jet and Pakistan planning to buy a 5th gen squadron from China. Is it a good deal that we have taken, because it's a 4.5 generation fighter jet, and we have done that in order to build the capability to complete the squadron strength instead of going for the best that was offered to us at this time. Su-57s and the F-35s were on the table, but we still chose the Rafales. So is it a good deal, or should we be looking for more acquisitions in the future?
No, I think that's a very good question. Thanks for asking. But you have to look at it in the larger perspective. We already have some Rafales with us, and we are short of aircraft, as you rightly said. So we are buying these 4.5 generation or 4.5 generation right now. But you also know that we're working on the AMCA, which is the 5th or even 5.5 gen kind of aircraft. And you would have seen that recently there's this big decision which has been taken that the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited will not be in the race for AMCA. There are now just 3 private players in India, including Bharat Forge, L&T, and Tata Strategic Systems. So I think these are very important decisions which are being taken, and there was mention made about it in our discussion earlier, where we wanted to let private players, private industry in India also become part of the military-industrial complex, the growing military-industrial complex in India. So when you look at it from this larger perspective, I think it is the right decision to have been taken to buy the Rafales for the current requirement, but we will also have to hasten the process of the 5th generation or even 5 and 5.5 generation aircraft coming into our Indian Air Force. So we'll have to work really fast, not at the speed which we have worked on the Tejas. We'll have to really fast forward that, and I think the government is backing the private sector, the private industry, in order to achieve these goals. So if you look at it from this larger perspective, I think this is the right decision to have been taken.
Hello, sir. I am a BS Economics student from NMIMS. So I was wondering, India has a really good diplomatic relation with like many countries, but when it comes to finances, we still don't have a good relation. Many rating agencies still give us a triple B, and securing investment has always been a problem from foreign nations. So what are we doing about it?
I don't pay too much attention to the rating agencies of other countries giving us triple Bs or bestowing favors on us. As long as the government runs its finances well, which it has been doing, which is what a private person will do, don't spend more than you earn. That's the basic thing. If all of us do that and the country does it, I think our rating should be AAA or AAA plus or whatever it should be. So I don't pay too much attention to this, and I think neither should you. But maybe Mr. Chikarmane has some other views, so I hand over to him.
I'm complimenting your view, which is that Sanjeev Sanyal, I don't know, he's just run off. Maybe he didn't want to attend our session. Perhaps he got scared of you. Has written a fantastic paper on how rating agencies have been manipulating data. Now, you read all that. The gist of it is that about 18 to 20% of the rating given is based on something entirely subjective and manipulated, like we dem, how democratic are you, what are your human rights, what is the press freedom, what kind of protections do you give, etc., while they themselves don't give. Are you a monarchy? I mean, these people are monarchies in themselves, all the Scandinavian countries, and they talk about democracy to us. That 18% skews the rating against us because it is based on a subjective assessment of people who are particularly targeted, who are known to be anti-India, and very often there are one or two analysts who cover the entire India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, the whole continent, subcontinental area. So these are all manipulated, and I'm not saying this, you read that paper, it's on the EACPM website, and come to your own conclusions. Last word, there is a new rating agency which we have set up, CARE, I think, which we will be inverting the gaze.
So I guess we have taken our 1 hour. So that will be it. I cannot thank you enough, like both of you, both of the Gautam sirs. And I think that our association with Gokhale Institute continues, it grows even deeper, and we will continue to have such sessions and association. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the insightful words on geoeconomics and geopolitics.
As we approach the conclusion of Artha Chakra 2026, we turn to a voice that has consistently questioned, accepted wisdom, and unsettled comfortable assumptions.
This valedictory address is not a recap of what has been said, but an invitation to rethink what we measure, what we value, and what we often overlook.
From a small village in Villupuram to the very center of India's political and intellectual life, our next speaker's journey reflects a lifelong engagement with truth, accountability, and national purpose. Sri Swaminathan Gurumurthy is a chartered accountant, investigative journalist, and one of India's most influential public thinkers for over 3 decades. His fearless work exposing corruption, corporate state collusion, and systemic failure has not only reshaped public debate but altered the course of Indian politics itself. A visiting faculty at IIT Bombay and distinguished professor at Shastra University, he brings together economics, law, ethics, and public in a way few voices can. As editor of Tughlaq and chairman of the Vivekananda International Foundation, he continues to shape conversations on governance, economic models, and civilizational priorities.
In an era obsessed with headline numbers and abstract growth curves, his address asks a more fundamental question. What does it mean to build an economy that actually works for Bharat? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to present the valedictory address for Artha Chakra 2026. Please join us in welcoming Shri S. Gurumurthy and Professor Kedar Nayak.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present the valedictory address of Artha Chakra 2026. Please join us in welcoming Shri Swaminathan Gurumurthy. Over to the dais, sir. Please come over to the dais. At this moment, may I now request Professor Kedar Nayak to come forward and felicitate Shri Swaminathan Gurumurthy with a memento. Thank you, sir. We now invite Shri Swaminathan Gurumurthy to deliver the valedictory address of Artha Chakra 2026. The stage is yours, sir.
Namaskaram to all. I'm coming here maybe after nearly 35 years. There was a time when I was part of the Swadeshi movement, trying to expound our way of developing, our way of life, our way of arranging our economic affairs. And there was a tsunami called globalization which was sweeping the world and India at that time. So my mind goes back to the challenges we faced at that time to express the contrarian view. It was so difficult. You can swim against the current, you cannot swim against the tsunami. And so the challenges that we face range from humiliation to rejection. In fact, today many people call me an economic thinker. And some people even go to the extent of exaggerating me as an economist. I recall an instance. Dr. Jagdish Bhagwati, I think you must have heard of his name. He was called the god of free trade because he was the one who conceptualized the Dunkle Treaty, the foundational basis for the Dunkle Treaty, which transformed into the WTO and that morphed into globalization. So he was a very celebrated man. He didn't get Nobel Prize, but he produced Nobel laureates. And Paul Krugman was one of the students of him who got the Nobel Prize for macroeconomics, and he dedicated the Nobel Prize to Jagdish Bhagwati. So Jagdish Bhagwati came to India, and at that time Dr. Manmohan Singh was the finance minister. And he told Dr. Manmohan Singh, your way of doing things is not going to work. And he gave a 70-page paper, actually 72-page paper, as to how to restructure and reorient the Indian economy, economic thinking, the society. And in that, the most important part was about 3 pages, 2.5 pages, on how India is, at that time our savings to GDP ratio was about 19 or 20%. He said we are saving so much unnecessarily and we must bring down our savings to 10%. And the balance 10% savings, it is transformed into expenditure. That will mean buying, that will mean production, that will mean employment. And you are wasting this huge energy of the people to just save and bank. Even that would have been all right. And he went to the extent of saying, Mr. Sanyal is sitting here. I am so happy that a really trained economist is sitting to listen to me. So, he went one step further. And he said the problem with India are the Indian women. They are so miserly, they don't spend. So unless you make the Indian women spend, India is not going to develop. And he said, they are not going to buy these mucks which you are producing. You must bring all the qualitatively high and eye-catching goods from abroad, whether it is jewelry or whether it is cosmetics, whether it is... You are not capable of producing things which will attract the women of India. And so, you must open huge malls and attract their eyes. Transform them into spenders rather than savers. Then you will see the transformation in India. I was amazed at this. If at all the Indian economy has been sustained for the last several centuries, it is because the women kept investing in gold. You know, gold is probably the most stable asset of the world which the Indian women keep at home. And it is said that we have got gold worth $4 trillion, maybe even more, because no one knows. But their savings habits, they were able to transform waste into wealth. Even a small thing they won't. If a chair is broken, they will repair it, not buy a new one. This has been the way the Indian economy has been organized, not to waste things. And I was so unhappy. I said, this man is an American thinker. He wants to transform India into America. It's not going to work. And our savings is what is going to be our mainstay. It's not that we will not need capital from outside, but that can only be a contributory. The core has to be the Indian savings, Indian consumption, Indian investment, Indian talent. That should be the core. What can come from outside is only the additive. It's a contributory. Actually, globalization reversed it. The global as the core and national as the contributory. This was a perverse economic thinking, both in terms of ideas as well as in terms of the actual economic factors at work. So I carried on a campaign against him, criticized him. At the time, the media used to, of course, I was a media personality, so the media used to give me some importance. And so they used to publish my views. So someone asked Dr. Jagdish Bhagwati that you are saying that Mr. Gurumurthy is saying you are wrong. India can develop only through Indian savings. Of course, foreign investment can be an additive. He said, who is Mr. Gurumurthy? They said, he is also an economist. Economist? If Gurumurthy can be called an economist, I can be called a Bharatanatyam dancer. I remember some 4 years back, P. Chidambaram wrote an article in Indian Express, maybe 5 years back. He said, so long as this government listens to Bharatanatyam dancers to frame the policies, this country will never develop. Because nobody knew that I was the Bharatanatyam dancer he was referring to. This is the kind of humiliation we were undergoing. In Administrative Staff College of Hyderabad, there were about 1,500 people. And I was explaining how WTO is bound to collapse because you can never have a global regulatory mechanism without global governance. There has to be global government. That is the starting point of the Rhodes Institute and all that you need a global government. And only West can form and run the government. It's the most efficient, most scientific, most organized, most powerful. Others have to they are governable and to be governed. They cannot govern. This is the basis on which the whole world has been moving for the last 80 years, 90 years maybe. So, I was saying this whole thing is wrong. You cannot top-down organize even a nation. Every nation has to be organized bottom upwards. One of the greatest advantages of India is it is a bottom upwards civilization. It is not a top-down civilization. It's not a top-down structure. I will explain it a bit later by the current example of what is happening in America and what are we. It may slightly take you into the civilizational domain, but it is very necessary to understand even sociology, economics, and governance. So when I was explaining all this, one retired army official stood up and said, people like you must be shot dead because you are taking the country 500 years back. This was the kind of opposition that we were facing at that time. And I was a corporate advisor of standing. Many corporate groups used to ask me how to handle globalization, a new animal about which we know nothing. Nor do I know anything. I only said this is not something which will suit India. I don't have an alternative. All the business people whom I met, in the place where Mr. Rahul Bajaj was my friend, every one of them felt it will not work, but nobody could say what is the alternative because that is the tsunami effect. So, starting from there, where are we today? I will make 5 postulates at the global level. The global order on the basis of which the global economy, global trade, global finance, global thoughts, global education, and global way of looking at us was organized, was based on one-size-fit-all model. This one-size-fit-all model was instituted by the United Nations itself in the measures for the development of underdeveloped nations, in which many economists participated, even an economist from Pune participated in making this document, which document became the governance model for United Nations, development model for United Nations. It was an agreed formula between the capitalists, free market, and Marxists. That is Russian Federation, that is Soviet Union, and America. Because both of them believed that modernity means you have to reject tradition. You have to reject all that is your own. They put it beautifully. In fact, I have the quote, but I have not located it, so I am quoting it from a memory. That if a nation has to develop, it has to discard all its old philosophies. It has to discard its relationships. Caste, creed, and even family relationships have to burst if a nation were to develop, if a society were to develop. Many societies which do not undergo this process have to have their expectations of comfortable life frustrated. This was the model that they suggested to the world. This is a common point of agreement between capitalism and communism. Many people think they are competing ideologies, hostile ideologies, but they are only fighting over the ownership of material resources. Otherwise, both of them agree on the same lifestyle, godless lifestyle. There is nothing which is called relationship in those, purely based on contract. The relationship between the state and the people are based on contract, not on values, not on dharma. It is based on contract. It's called social contract theory. The relationship between individuals is based on contract. In fact, I don't know how many of you, any law student here may know, there was one Henry Maine. His Hindu law we read even today. He was a clerk in East India Company. He was in Chennai. He wrote a book that we are all people who look at the world by a contractual outlook. These Indians, they look at the world through relationships, by status. This is a backward society. We are a modern people. This is how modernity started growing. It is a product of Western anthropology which originated, you will be surprised, in Chennai. So modernity means rejecting traditions, rejecting all that is your own. Unless you reject that, you don't become modern. It's not just sociology. It's not just politics. It became economics. This was taught to us. And two great people, two great thinkers, one Karl Marx and other Max Weber, pioneered this in the mid-19th and late early 20th century. Karl Marx wrote a couple of articles in New York Herald Tribune, which is now called the International Herald Tribune, in which he said, that was about India. He said that India is a very peculiar country and its economy is organized on the basis of villages. Every village is a functioning economic unit. It doesn't need anything from any other village, from outside. The gap between the consumer and the producer and the consumer is so less. There is scope for exploitation is limited. He even called it primitive socialism. But he said this society has not changed for the last 2000 years. It's a changeless society. Because it is changeless, a stagnating society, it is a semi-barbaric society. And it is worshipping monkeys and cow. And so this society, unless this society is broken, obviously it will result in the breakup of the economic order which is functional. This society will not be prepared for revolution because under the communist theory, unless the society turns into a revolutionary society, it will not become progressive. It will not be a developed society. And so long as India is like this, it will never subject itself to revolution. The British are doing the right thing by destroying the social base of India. This will prepare India for revolution. This destruction is painful. And he quoted Gokhale to say, it is pleasurable too. Almost the same views were expressed by Max Weber, who is called the builder of the modern West. And he said, he compared the Protestant and Catholic societies and said the Protestant societies develop faster because they promote individualism, enterprise, entrepreneurship, which aligns with modern capitalism, and that is why all the Protestant nations are developing, whether it is America, whether it is Canada, whether it is England, whether it is Australia or New Zealand, all these countries were developing. But all Catholic nations were lagging behind because they are under the control of the church. There is no individualism, there is no enterprise, there is no entrepreneurship. He was right. 30 years he observed the distinction between the Catholics and Protestant societies and theorized. But suddenly he wrote two books. One on the religion of Hinduism and on the religion of Buddhism. He said two societies will never develop, that is India and China, because they follow Hinduism and Buddhism. Because they believe in karma and rebirth, which will never allow a person freedom. He will never become an entrepreneur because he has no choices. According to researchers, these two great men who never came to India, met any Indian, nor did they read any Indian literature, nor did they have any experience of what India was. Their thinking dominated India. Any research will show it to you. It is they who dictated the academic, political, social, and economic discourse in India. This is what was taught to the IAS officers, IFS officers, our educational institutions. This was the pressure. To think of what is your own is backward. This was the position of India, and it became more concrete after freedom than even before. Because during the freedom movement, something called Indian was being aroused in every Indian. Afterwards, Indian became a dirty word. Anything Indian became dirty, backward. As Karl Marx said, semi-barbaric. Our left thinkers, whose thinking left them actually, they began following and they decided the global discourse. This was the position till about, and it became accentuated after globalization. The theory of globalization was that the West has finally won against the rest, and it is the best for the rest to follow the West, was the basis. This was based on the book written by Francis Fukuyama. The title of the book was The End of History and The Last Man. It became the Bible of globalization. All conflicts are over. We have attained what Hegel said as the perfect society, which Karl Marx wanted. What Karl Marx wanted, he could not achieve, but America has achieved it. Openly written. And this was the basis. In euphoria, America took the responsibility of running the world. And it took a Trump to say how foolish it was for America to have taken this responsibility. What Trump is doing looks abnormal to us. But there is no other way to save America. Anyone with fundamental knowledge of economics will know that American economy is the most American economic model is the most unsustainable economic model, not just for the world, but even for America. He looks very rough to us, tough to us, but he's true. So America deceived itself and deceived the world by the process of globalization, and 2008 called the bluff. But even after 2008, people thought that the system will work. It made me feel that economic thinkers have lost their fundamental thinking capabilities, because in 2009, The Economist magazine wrote a cover page story where the economic textbook was melting away. And the editorial said that economists were arrogant. And this arrogant profession has been humbled today. The entire macroeconomics has collapsed. Even after that, the world did not wake up. It is China's rise exploiting the transparent world market without being transparent in itself, which delivered a message to America that this will not work. In this situation, the COVID struck, and from there I am making 5 assumptions. The post-World War and Cold War order has collapsed. I don't think anyone has any doubt about it. This order was based on one-size-fits-all model, as I told you already, that it is the Western civilization which will lead the rest of the world. that has collapsed because even in the West, the Western civilization has completely destroyed the society. Because relationships were transformed into contracts. 55% of the first marriages end in divorce. 67% of the second marriages end in divorce. 74% of the third marriages end in divorce. 49% of the American families do not have husband and wife living with children. Only 28% of the American families have children, husband and wife living together. The society has collapsed. There is no elderly care by youngsters, nor do the elders care for the youngsters. It is actually a boarding and lodging mechanism which has developed. Where a society is ruined, economics cannot save the society. Society can only be saved by economics. This is the first point. Second, the existing world order or the world order which is collapsing is an anti-civilizational world order. Now a civilizational world order is developing. For example, take China. China fought against its own civilization during the Cultural Revolution. They wanted to destroy all the civilizational symbols of China. 7 years it went on. All Buddhist statues, all Confucius, all the literature, they destroyed. But in 2021, Xi Jinping, when he addressed the Communist Party centenary, he said 5,000 years Chinese civilization will guide us not only now, but in future. A country which rejected listening to Marx, the entire idea of past and civilization, has turned to civilization as the guiding force for future. In 2024, President Putin declared China as a civilizational state. India has evolved as a civilization. It need not have to proclaim it is a civilizational state because it was always a civilizational state. What it means? A civilizational state is a bottom-upwards process. Changes at the top do not disturb the society at the bottom. It has been proved by 1,000 years of foreign rule did not change the character of India because it is organized at the bottom. Now I will immediately take you to a report by Pew Research. PW Research is one of the most respected research institutions in America. It wrote a paper in 2020 that American politics is polarized like any other countries, democratic countries' politics. The polarization is not something different or something which is peculiar to America. But the problem, you know what is happening in America today? 2/3 of the Democratic Party members will not marry into the Republican family and vice versa. That is the extent of division. There is division within the family, between the neighbors. Unbelievable. In fact, my friends tell me the America to which I came is not the America in which I live. This is the extent of division. But Pew Research says this is not something which is peculiar to American democracy. But the problem with America, please note this, how important it is, otherwise you can never understand the difference in Asia and particularly India. The point I am making is very important. He said there is nothing common which binds the Americans other than bipartisan politics. I researched and found an article in the Time magazine in 2015 which said, in Italy, there are 30,000 canonized saints. In every street, there was a canonized saint. To bind them, to integrate them, to act as a common factor for all Italians. In America, there are just 3 canonized saints. One in 1774, another 2 in 2002, all women. There is no sacred place, there is no sacred mountain, there is no sacred person. America is a real estate. How can a real estate bind? That is why have you ever bought a house? Have you ever thought this is the value of the house I have? It's your house. It's something which is your soul. But in America, that is evaluated in terms of money. And this is the home equity I have. For example, if I bought a house at $250,000 by borrowing money, and by inflation, the value of the house goes up to $400,000. This $150,000 is called home equity against which you can borrow and spend. This is how the American economy got into ruin in the first 10 years of 2000. So, there is nothing in common. As I studied this, I was in Kumbh Mela. I spent 5 days in Kumbh Mela. I wish I had spent 45 days because next Kumbh Mela, whether I will be alive or not, I don't know. This is something, an experience which no one should miss. What an amount of diversity. And I saw millions and millions of people carrying old people, young people with 10 kilos, 15 kilos on their head, walking 50 kilometers and assembling in one place. This has been not happening from today. It is happening from the great bath days of the industrialized civilization. It is recorded by Harsha in his minutes. It's a continuous flow. A bottom-upward civilizational consciousness, unheard of in the Western experience, is what makes India. If half of India could come together, you can understand what is the bottom-upward strength of India. So, the civilizational consciousness which is developing is a very important factor in the world order. Third thing is, multilateralism is gone, and bilateralism and plurilateralism is emerging. All of you are seeing it. The fourth is, there is diffusion of powers. The Center for Foresight of the European Commission wrote a paper in the year 2021, where it said that the middle powers are rising, the hegemonic powers are going down. By 2030, there will be no hegemonic power in the world, and 50% of the GDP, 50% of defense expenditure, armed forces, equipments will all shift to Asia by 2030, or definitely by 2040, so far as the GDP is concerned. And so, there is power shifting and power diffusion, and there will be no hegemonic power in the world. This is the third point. Fourth point. You must understand, the world is not a linear extension of what the world was in future. There is no reliable friend for anybody. There is no reliable ally. Everybody is everybody's enemy. Chanakya is back. Chanakya said in his mandala theory that two nations which share borders can never be friends. He said the persons who share the border with your neighbor can have friendly relationship with you. That's precisely what is happening for us with Afghanistan. We have nothing to do with Afghanistan. It is the same case as Pakistan. But Pakistan or Afghanistan will not be friends. Pakistan and India cannot be friends. That is why Afghanistan and India can be friends. Mandala theory is proved. Every nation now feels the neighbor is the problem. So these are the 5 assumptions on the basis of which the global order will get organized. And there are 4 principles on which I will now explain the balance of my lecture. I actually used to say it at the end of the lecture, but I am saying it at the beginning. You know, Maharshi Aurobindo came to Pondicherry when the revolutionary movement had been crushed. And for 10 years, the country was completely silent from 1909 till Mahatma Gandhi came. The country was in dead silence. So everybody was looking to Maharishi Aurobindo in Pondicherry, that this man, a great intellectual, he will show us the way. And Aurobindo was living on a frugal living, money sent by some colleagues in Bengal. And he used to sit and take tea in the morning with 4 or 5 of his friends. Aurobindo said, my lead will come from one Siddha Purusha called Kullachami. He was a madman. He will throw stones, he will laugh, he will cry. He will eat the dust in the road. Everybody said, what is this man going to show lead to Aurobindo? And Subramanya Bharati has written poems on this great man. And so one day Aurobindo was sitting and having a cup of tea. Kullachami came and lifted the teacup in front of Aurobindo, showed it to him. It was full. He emptied it and showed it to him and went away. Aurobindo said, I have got my message. People said, you have lost your tea. Please tell us what is the message you have got. Aurobindo said, he has asked me to empty my mind and begin thinking afresh. Every thinking Indian needs to do this. Otherwise, the baggage of thought will affect our future, because the baggage of thought has been quite anti-Indian. Second is, the most obvious things are the most difficult thing to detect. This is proved by Newton. Apples were falling. Everybody was looking at it. But he only felt that there must be a reason why they are falling. And the entire dynamics of physics evolved out of the fact, because otherwise the obvious things, what they conceal, we don't know. This was quoted by an economist to say, even in economics this is true. The obvious things are the most difficult thing for us to understand. This is the second principle. The third principle is we need a helicopter view. You know, we are looking at the world. If you want to know what is the future, what is likely to be the future, you have got to suspend and go up. Then only you can look at and understand the world. And for which you have to decontextualize yourself. You are keeping on reacting to the context. As a journalist, I always used to react to the context. And over the years, I realized how much it restricts my capacity to think. Then I began moving away from context and began decontextualizing myself and began developing long-term view. No, the entire 2008 economic crisis was because of short-termism. American economy crashed because of short-termism. Chinese economy grew because of long-termism. In fact, the theory of Deng Xiaoping was hide yourself and bide your time. 30 years it took. And you know what? Where China is now. In a way, the Indian society is a long-term society. I wouldn't say this about the Indian government, Indian educational institutions, Indian academic institutions, Indian government, Indian thinking model. All this is now polluted by short-termism. But we have a long-term view. Because our time scale itself is so vast, yugas. It is not limited to millennium. It is not limited to 100 years. It's not limited to decade. And even our life. There is a previous birth. We are going to have next birth. In fact, we made an analysis. All nations which believe in rebirth save more. And all nations which believe the life ends here save less. There is a Brookings Institution scholar, Barry Bobsworth, if I recollect his name, in 2007, he came out with a paper comparing American savings with the Asian savings. He said American savings is personal savings. It is for himself. The man can spend, the man can waste, the man can enjoy. But in Asia, people save for their grandchildren. It is a dynastic savings. See how civilization works into a very, very different economic modeling. So, this short-termism which has killed the subject of economics, in fact, short-termism became integral to economics. Annual balance sheets became quarterly results, and then overnight interest rates and intraday movement. Imagine how we are arrested by short-termism. And that decides, actually the government of India had to bring in a tax law to curb this short-termism in stock market, which leads to speculation, which makes a huge impact on the long-term values of the shares. The shares which I want to hold for maybe 10 years, 5 years, this short-termism makes me feel maybe I have to sell it day after tomorrow. So this is unsettled. In this situation, I will take where the Prime Minister began leading the world with his G20 motto, one earth, one family, one future. This is a matter which I discussed with the Prime Minister also. I told him this, of course, this is a huge there is a huge underpinning of our philosophy in this, but the world cannot understand this unless we express it in a manner in which the world can understand. We need data, we need researches. Then he asked me, how will you explain? What I explained there, he asked me to give a lecture to the Niti Ayog. And in fact, in the Niti Ayog itself, it was introduced, this lecture is being delivered on the advice of the Prime Minister, and I am going to give the gist of that lecture. I will take 3 subjects to say how India is not only civilizationally different, economically different, structurally different, and environmentally different, and how it can make a difference to the whole world. When we say that Vishwaguru, it is not in terms of posting 12% growth rate, it is something more than that. That's what I am going to tell you in terms of 3 important ingredients of economics. One is food. You know, we have our entire Indian land area is 2.4%. And we have 18% human population on this 2.4% land. We have 30% of world's bovine resources on this 2.4% of land. We have all cattle put together, we have 42% of the world's cattle population on this 2.4% of land. We have other bioresources, whether it's birds or mammals, 8%. It's an ecological wonder. How on a small piece of land, all this can coexist? You have to find an answer to that. It's not an accident. It's a revolution. That's what I'm going to explain to you. You know why the Indian model has been able to sustain not only unbelievable amount of negative human-land ratio, but also animals. The secret lies in the fact that in our arrangement of food, we eat more cereals and less meat. Our cereal consumption is 180 kilos per head per annum. Our meat consumption today is 3.5 kg per head per annum annually. You know what the trick it does? 82% of the calorie value, 82% of the calorie value you get from cereals. Only 18% you get from meat. 63% of the calorie value, of the protein value, you get from cereals, and only 37% from meat. That is why we are able to supply protein and energy to a large population from a small piece of land. Fortunately for India, and in case of no other country, it is so, almost 50% of our land is agricultural land. So, it is cereal-based lifestyle. It is not that we are all vegetarians, 70% of Indians are non-vegetarians, but for us, it is sabji. But take America. 124 kg is the meat consumption per head per annum. But of course, they consume far less, maybe 80 kilos of cereals or so. And because of that, the effect is that the impact on environment, the CO2 gas emission in case of meat, is 10 to 100 times more as compared to cereals. So, environmentally sound, and from a small area you can feed so much of population. And then I thought, if all Indians decide to discard their meat cereal ratio and to take American burgers and things like that, we will need 6 times the agricultural land we have. Our country's size will have to be 2.5 times the more. If you want to know where I get the data from, it is from ourworldindata.com, which is one of the most reliable sources of agricultural data, farming data. What is Atmanirbharta? If you change your food style, you are over. There is a civilizational underpinning to it. Even non-vegetarians will not eat non-vegetarian on a certain day, on a weekday, on Amavasya. What is all this? It is to put a restraint on non-veg. It is not that it is bad, but you must consume less. This restriction is a civilizational restriction, and it has been sustained over years and years. It has become part of our DNA. And many people think meat eating is going up. It's wrong. In 2001, we were eating 5.1 kg per head per annum. Today we are eating 3.5. It's not so. So, in food, if Atmanirbharta is to be sustained, the index of Atmanirbharta is the ratio between cereals and meat. It is not that meat is rejected. If you change it, this nation will cease to exist. No country in the world can produce the kind of food it needs. Entire Asia it was so. If you look at Japan, if you look at China, in 1950s, we were all eating in the same way. Far less meat. China, of course, now has gone to eating 49 kg. And Japan also like that. You will be surprised to know that in Bangladesh, which is a Muslim country, the cereal consumption and meat consumption are almost on the same ratio as in India because they are part of the same civilization. Food. You breach this model, there is no Atmanirbharta. Second is housing. We have I will first say what is America. America has 3.1% per house per household in 1960. Today it has 2.5% per household. The number of people have come down. The result is they had to build 35 million houses at a cost of $8.5 trillion, and most of it is home loans provided by the government. Now come to India. We have 4.5% living in every household. And if this number comes down to 2.5 as in America, then we will need 135 million more houses. You have no space, you have no money. What is sustaining so many people living in the house? It is because of our relations. We still live with our parents, our grandparents. In my own family, there are 3 generations living together. Housing. Third is social security. This is one of the factors which is ignored in the economic discourse all over the world, but it is becoming an important discourse because of the failure of the social security model instituted in America in 1960, where they said you need not have to bother about the elder care or younger care, you have to only pay a social security tax of 12.5%, the government will take care, you can be free. This is a conspiracy of the financial system, that if you unburden a man of his responsibilities, he will become reckless. If you don't have to take care of your parents or educate your children or take care of your near and dear, then everything becomes yours. And the responsibility is taken over by the government. In fact, in 1980, the National Bureau of Economic Research came out with a publication called US Economy in Transition. In fact, 16 important economists took part in it, including Milton Friedman, who got the Nobel Prize for his monetary theory in 1965, and maybe 1975, I don't remember. Friedman said, don't interfere in the intergenerational obligations. Allow it to continue. If you want, you take care of targeted social security. Those who cannot take care of themselves, take care of their obligations, provide for them. But don't universally take over all these responsibility. I'll tell you what is the manifestation. I was in UCLA in 2001. I was addressing the management students. I asked them, how many of you, largely a white audience, I asked them who are all supported by families for your higher education. Not even 2-3 white students raised their hands. I said, Indians don't participate. I asked the Indian students, who are about 30-40, are you supported by your families or not? The entire Indian students raised their hand. The families disown children. Higher education is a luxury. You need loans. You need scholarship. In the same way, elder care. This is the most important point I have to make in the context of India. That in America, they said pay 12.5%, you are rid of the obligations. So, more American working population yielded so much money into the social security system. It became a huge success from 1960 to 2006. More money was coming into the system and less money was being withdrawn by beneficiaries. But in 2006, things turned. When the baby boomers collapsed, there were more withdrawals and less deposits. With the result, today, the future social security obligations discounted to present day value is $72 trillion. This is a time bomb ticking under America. Unless you increase the social security tax to 16.5%, 4%, there will be revolution in America. You can't increase, but you can't sustain, because you have taken over the civilizational, cultural, traditional obligations of families, destroyed the families. In India, if all educated Indians, employed Indians, working Indians disown their responsibilities towards their elders, nearly 60 crore people will be standing before 7 low kalyan marked for 2 square meals a day. Will India sustain? What is sustaining India is the civilizational underpinning which governs our social life, our family life. Today, if somebody is not taking care of the parents, the society will look at them. The society has an eye. It has a judgment. It has an influence. This is called social policing today. Yes, social policing is needed. Most people who use the word social policing do not know what is the amount of actual police in India. India has 6.668 lakh villages and towns? This question I have asked in many audiences. These 6,68,000 villages and towns, how many police stations we have? Do we know? I asked this question in IIM, IIT. No one answered. We have just 14,400 police stations only. But if you look at the crime data of the United Nations, whether in terms of murder, or dacoity, or rape, or any unconcealable crimes, India is amongst the lowest. Because the society oversees. There is respect for elders, there is respect for parents. My neighbors have slapped and corrected me in my village. This is social capital. Social capital, intellectual capital, and financial capital are three different things. Intellectual capital and financial capital belongs to the man who has it. Social capital belongs to the society. We are only beneficiaries of that social capital because the society oversees all of us. We submit ourselves. This is beautifully put in Mahabharata. Tyajatyegam kulasyarte, gramarte kulam tyajet. Gramam janapadasyarte, atmarte prithvim tyajet. Beautiful encapsulation of Indian civilization. An individual yields to the family. Tyajatyegam kulasyarte. Gramarte kulam tyajet. For the society, the family yields. Gramam janapadasyarte. For the nation, the village yields. Only one person is not bound by this rule of yielding, and that is the man who doesn't want anything on this earth. Atmarte prithvim tyajet. This is the integral idea, which is building up relationships amongst us. You owe a duty even to a neighbor. You owe a duty to the parents. You owe a duty to all the people around you. I will tell you a telling example, anecdote in my life. In the year 1994, one of my clients, also a friend of mine, he had a banking appointment for settlement, some 400, 500 crores. He was driving out. In those days, you could go to the airport, park your car, come back and bring the car back. That arrangement was there. So he was driving out, but his neighbor's wife came and said, my husband is having heart attack. He has to be taken to the hospital. So he went, put the husband and took the wife, and they went to the hospital. The husband was saved. Banking appointment went up in smoke. 5 years the man struggled, almost fighting insolvency. Once I asked him, hey, what do you think would have been the case if you had gone for the bank appointment and something had happened to this man? He said, Guru, I would never have lived in peace throughout my life. This is India. We all live that, but we are not conscious of it. Because it is Newton's falling apple. Every fact I mentioned is Newton's falling apple facts about which we are not conscious. They conceal a huge material truth. When we talk about Atmanirbharta, all this will not be reflected in GDP. GDP is a story which we must have, because there must be an index of measurement. But there is something beyond. GDP should not conceal it. The GDP is the outcome of it. The GDP is powered by it. This part is not taught in our economic schools. This we have been fighting for the last 30, 40 years. I don't want to go more into how this whole transformation took place in the year 2015. People think this idea of world as the core, nation as the contributory, got reversed only now. In the year 2015, when the Niti Ayog was constituted, I am going to read out to you what the Niti Ayog postulated. It is a very, very important quote, which the Prime Minister recalled in his speech yesterday to the ET World Economic Summit. On 1st January 2015, the cabinet mandated the Niti Aayog. This. Perhaps most importantly, the institution, Niti Aayog, must adhere to the tenet while incorporating positive influences from the world. No single model can be transplanted from outside into the Indian scenario. Will you believe it? In 2015, we need to find our own strategy for growth. The new institution has to zero in on what will work in and for India. A thought which never struck the economic thinkers in India, blinded by globalization, because there is no thought which will work only for one country. It has to work for all countries, and that is how macroeconomics was founded. Finally, it will be a Bharatiya approach to development. The entire Modi 1 measures, whether it is Jandan, whether it is anything that you take, it is a bottom upwards process. All the reforms were not the second generation, third generation, fourth generation reforms which the World Bank and IMF used to talk about. It is our own model of reforms. Everybody must have bank account. A revolutionary thought, this is completely contrary to the Western model of banking, that only those who have money can have bank account. But the Prime Minister said, no, everybody must have bank account. I was part of the discussions when it was taking place, as I revealed to my friends when I was discussing with them. The Reserve Bank will not go beyond 10 million accounts. They said more than 10 million accounts, the banks will become insolvent only by maintaining the accounts. The Finance Ministry may be looking at the Prime Minister, they said, no, we can go up to 30 million accounts. This is for 31st March 2015. We were discussing in September 2014, September or October. The Prime Minister said, I want 75 million accounts. And finally, I would like to have 500 million accounts. He was saying this. Today we have more than 520 million bank accounts, in which there are 3 lakh crores in the hands of people who are unbanked. 38 lakh crores is the amount of direct benefit transfer that have gone into these. No broker could touch 1 rupee of that money. Rajiv Gandhi said 85% of the government benefits are going into the hands of the brokers. Direct transfer. Digitization, Aadhaar, Jandan Yojana. Unbelievable reform. But this is not some 4th generation reforms, 3rd generation reforms. Does any economic thinking in India look at it that way? So I can go on. Anything that you look at, transformation. We were fighting in the entire 5-year period. Modi was trying to set right insolvent banks. He improved the situation, brought about a transformation, and the man personally invested himself. How many people know that he went to 79 countries? Some countries 10 times, some countries 9 times, some countries 8 times, some countries 5 times. Unbelievable. He built personal rapport with people. With the result today, he is the most popular leader. According to the American Morning Consult, from 2001 till today, he is the most popular leader in all the 26 democracies. It is not just based on GDP. It is based on his connect. Everything has gone into building India. The domestic growth, the domestic savings, the domestic consumption. We are only the most balanced savings consumption nations in the world. You look at China. Its savings is 2/3. Its expenditure is, domestic expenditure is 40%. It depends on the world. If world nations refuse to buy Chinese goods, Chinese economy will collapse. Because it depends on global consumption, not local consumption. But our Atmanirbharta is that we consume local goods, local facilities, and we also save. And the contributory is the world. It is not that like China, for instance, it had a huge FDI because of its grew. We had huge savings because of it we developed, with marginal contribution from FDI and FII. So the economic model, which was the post-world, post-Cold War order, that the world as the core and nation as the contributory, we reversed in 2015 and said nation is the core and world is the contributory. This is a massive U-turn, a paradigm shift. But unfortunately, it has not been noticed in the discourse. And I suppose I have said enough for you to think. And my appeal always is, this profession of economist is very trusted because there is no other profession to trust. They are not going to trust chartered accountants, you know it. So they can at best be Bharatanatyam dancers. So I think this Gokhale Institute has a huge history associated with Indian politics, Indian history, Indian civilization. He was a great man. Gokhale was a far-sighted thinker. He was a long-termist. Even Gandhi, as compared to him, was a short-termist. He wanted the nation to be prepared for us to get freedom. Gandhi said, we will get freedom and then prepare the nation. This was the difference between them, in spite of the fact that Gokhale directed Mahatma Gandhi to go around the country, because this is not the country which he left, to which he has come back. He said, you go around and see. Then Mahatma Gandhi in Madurai, he saw the farmer, a half-naked farmer. He thought, this is the man through whom I must brand myself. Mahatma Gandhi's dress became his communication. This is the greatest communication model developed in the world. The man had not to speak one word. If Mahatma Gandhi was wearing coat and suit, he would not have become a Mahatma. He transformed the country. He brought the people together, made them own the country. If democracy is there in India, he made the people participate in the freedom movement that transformed into political participation. Post-freedom, democracy in India, which was participatory from the times of the Vedas, became representative because of Mahatma Gandhi. These great people have shown us the way, but unfortunately, this is not the way we look at them. I would like this great institute to recall and re-energize itself to give this great message, how this country can show the world the path. I'll tell you one thing. If we follow the American food model, we will need 6 times the agricultural land. If the world follows the Indian food model, it will need only 40% of the agricultural land it uses today. You can understand what will be the impact on environment, impact on earth, impact on water, impact on consumption. This is India and its capacity to lead the world. Let us understand India from a civilizational perspective and study the cross-civilizational differences between the West and India, because the West is basically Asurika. We are basically Satvika. That Satvika model can succeed is something which India has almost shown. That it can teach the world is what remains to be told. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that my throat gave me up. I always suspected it happens, but it happened here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Show of hand for questions. Volunteers.
Thank you, sir, for this amazing address. I'm Nikhil from Vocal India. I wanted to ask a particular question about democracy and how it was during the Vedic times. There is a thought from Plato, which says that if we go with democracy, eventually the population will choose what is more popular rather than a right leader. So how does our Vedic thought solve this problem of having the right leader instead of a popular leader?
See, to understand Plato and Socrates, you must read two books. There is a book by name India in Greece by Edward Pocock. He was a Greek himself, of course, based in England. He wrote this book in 1820. He said the Greek civilization was built by India, and all that the Greek model is, that is naming river and mountains, considering them sacred, all this came from India. And he also traced how the migration took place from India to Greece, because Greek people are not Europeans. The origin of Greeks were called philosophies, and the Greek language doesn't have grammar, did not have grammar. And so then he traced it to Sanskrit, and then he traced Phalasagis to Phalasadesha, Bihar. And so this book was completely removed from sight by the British, because they were saying, as Macaulay's minister said, we are the descendants of Greek civilization, and so we have the right to rule India. But if Greeks were the descendants of India, how will they get the right to rule? So this book was completely, this is available on the net, you can read. The next book is by another Greek, which is a more well-researched book called The Shape of Ancient Thought. This was written by a great American Greek called Thomas Machiavelli. He says that the thoughts of Socrates and Plato doesn't have a laboratory in Greece. The laboratory is in India. Because all these thoughts have emanated from Vedas, Upanishads, and Puranas. And he theorized it so beautifully. He said the pre-Hellenistic Greece imported from India, and the post-Hellenistic Greece began exporting to India. Fantastic book. In fact, 1/3 of the book is the bibliography itself. So, they had the way, they first understood the problems of representative democracy. Participatory democracy and representative democracy are two different things. Participatory democracy is panchayat. I am from I know how village panchayats. Representative. Representative democracy is that you elect somebody, and that is where the problem arose. Then Plato saw the representatives could be corrupted. But in India, I don't know. I don't know whether you know Uttaramerur. In the 10th century, we have the Cholas had instituted an electoral system of balloting and the qualifications for the candidates and even the recalling of the candidates. So, in fact, the Prime Minister, Karunanidhi, has spoken it in a big way. Kanchi Mahaswami, whom I regard as my guru, he was the one who brought it out. And in the Mother of Democracy exhibition, this figures very prominently. So, unfortunately, representative democracy is not like those period of sabhas and things like that. And, with mix of money, with market economics, after globalization, how much politics has deteriorated, I have seen with my own eyes. So this is a problem we are facing. We need a huge moral regeneration. When it will happen, if at all it happens, it will happen only in India. I may not live to see it, but all of you will. India will produce. Because I'll tell you a very moving incident which I had when I was in Hindu-Buddhist dialogue in last February in Bangkok. The co-organizer of the dialogue along with the Vivekananda International Foundation, where I am associated with, was Japanese foundation. Its director was one Sato. We were going in the bus from one place to the other. He asked me a question. Mr. Gurumurthy, can you tell me, how is it that only in your country, Shankara, Ramanuja, Madhva, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Vivekananda, an unending stream of great people. In no other country it is there. In fact, I began looking at it that way only after you put this question. We don't look at it that way. It is how these great men transform in every place, whether it is Tulsidas, whether it is, they have structured the Indian mind, built the Indian DNA, informed the Indian soul. So I think if any country can play that role of understanding the purpose of human existence and linking into contemporaneity, which is called the modernity. I reject the word modernity because it rejects tradition. Contemporaneity is a better word because it is an evolutionary process. I think India will show the way, is my faith.
No more questions, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
You got four.
No, sir. If yes, sir.
I now invite Arjaf and Khushi to give vote of thanks.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. As we draw the curtains on these two transformative days of Artha Chakra 2026, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude, with the energy that hit different. On behalf of the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics and the entire organizing team, it is my honor to express our gratitude for an event that has truly lived up to its theme, creating conversation we will remember and ideas that will stay with us.
First and foremost, our deepest gratitude goes to all our speakers. Thank you for lending your time, your intellect, and your experience to this platform. Your sessions didn't just share knowledge, they sparked questions, challenged assumptions, and reshaped perspectives. The energy we felt across these 2 days was a reflection of the passion and depth you brought into every discussion. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our moderators who steered these conversations with clarity, balance, and insight, ensuring that every session remained engaging, rigorous, and meaningful.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Shri Umakant Das, and the faculty of the Gokhale Institute of the Politics and Economics for providing us with this prestigious platform. In particular, we would like to place on record our sincere thanks to Shri K.S. Reddy, Dean of Student Affairs, Shri Naresh Bodke, Dean of Academic Affairs, Shri Arjun Goel, Faculty Coordinator of Artha Chakra, Shri Amol Vyamare, Chief Hostel Warden, Shri Parag Wagmare, Communication Officer. Your guidance, trust, and constant support were instrumental in shaping this conclave. Hosting a dialogue on this scale under your mentorship has been both an honor and a learning experience for all of us.
Jai Hind and good night. We look forward to welcoming you again for Artha Chakra 2027. We now request everyone to come along for the national song and the national anthem.